Klat Menitas, she's Heist Motor, she'll just go into straight. The whole Zeitens Castle just go into straight. What did the Kikas Casa to me for Snow Kikla was stuck stumos, takum, snimos, or wild just going to was no lap, which actually all on tackman was no lap, was lumpsham, was white shan. Should have wild jack, that mean too much. Should jack loot minimal jack. These items gas old, items just going to skate. Listen, sound too much. That's too much. That mean too much. More miss too much, no good at world just going to skate. Was get like to my jack or amas. Schwarzkastet Walter, der Raupelter, Nimoto, Mikulter, Kunststreit, Mutter, der Inoko, Water, Clement, Motor, Tax, Milchati, Amazaten, Kiswaka, Heistummer, Kataxtummer, Jazz, Walter, Kunststreit. All my relations.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Statlium Fisheries Forum. Just a few housekeeping to keep in mind. This is basically an information sharing meeting. If anything happens, the exit doors are right at the front. The washrooms are over to the far wall there. And if anyone is going to be speaking or even asking a question, we'll ask you to use a microphone so that the people online can hear. There's quite a few folks online this time. And we'll get started. So my name is Becky Riley. I'm the Fisheries Manager at Lillooet Tribal Council. And we'll get the microphone passed around so everyone can introduce themselves.
I'm Blaine Terry. Question, Ms. Can.
Bean.
Kelwala Spadger Jack Squachicha. My name's Badger Jack.
Caswa auch Michelle Thomas Squatchisha.
I'm Oliver Peters from Hawkshaw, Douglas First Nation. I am counselor and Mid-Fraser director for the FSMC. Good to see you all.
Good morning, Ellie Black, biologist with Statlium Government Services.
Morning, Puxkaum Fenton, SGS, wildlife technician, SGS.
Morning, Wilfred Alexander.
Hello, I'm Sharon Joseph from Bridge River. Thank you all, different nations coming here. It's good to see you all.
Good morning, Sydney Kappas, Fisheries and Oceans in Lillooet.
Yep, good morning everyone. Rob Martin, Fisheries and Oceans. I'm joining you today from Prince George. Thanks.
Morning everybody, JR, DFO, Lillooet.
Good morning, friends. I'm Sheldon Romaine. I'm the field supervisor for the catch monitoring program for DFO. So when you see the Titan, the boat out on the river, it's generally it's JR or Chris Narver or myself.
Good morning, everyone. Trish House, Fisheries Management Biologist with DFO based out of Kamloops, and I work with the catch monitoring program as well.
Kaswala Lapa, Jinjaz, Brenda Frank, and Hoyston Maccan, Statlium. Hello, my name is Brenda Frank. I'm from Hoyston and Statlium, and I sit on council for Bridge River. And I just welcome you all to this meeting that we hear some important information about our fish.
Hello, Arthur Peters from Bridge River.
Hi, Fran Shields from Chalath.
Good morning, everybody. Councillor Patrice Pellegrin, Pleathcote First Nation.
Hello, Luther Brigman, the Pepekla Land Guardian.
Morning, everyone. Michelle Edwards. I work with Statlium Chiefs Council. I'm from Shekelwash.
And good morning, everybody. Irvin Joseph, Bridge River Fish Monitor.
Good morning. My name is Ken Thomas, and I'm a Bridge River elder. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name's Everett Tom. I'm from Hoyston, and I work for the Lillooet Friendship Center.
Kilwala segment in Knuka, Kalkin, Squatchicha, Statlium can Okwame.
Good morning, everyone. My name's Tammy Williams from Lillooet Nation.
My name is Elizabeth Down from Lillooet Nation.
Kaswala Taka Mishnukunuka, Kakoshati and Squatchicha, Lillooet O scan, Statlium can Okwame scan.
Katwa Alap and Chinukdukwa, Rose Tom from Chalath.
Morning. My name is Gerald Michelle, better known as Wobo, council member. I guess I'm welcoming you to Hoyston Territory, another fishery forum. Welcome.
Good morning, Gary John here with the Joint Planning Forum for SGS, also from Chalath.
Kaswa'alap, Randy James and Squatchy Chat, last Muxcan, Cookpiscan each last Muxcan.
We're just introducing ourselves.
Aggie Patrick Chlasmach Mutat Ilkatmach. Atwala Binsnuka Lena Sangert and Scotticha and Hoismach.
Get our helpers?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Introduce yourself.
Oh, good morning. My name is Karen Terry. I'm from St. Portage, but I live in Bridge River now. Ciao.
Oh, Matt.
What? Here's your ticket, Uncle. Don't lose it.
My name is Malvina Alexander from Houston.
Squatchy. Snoring Squatchy. Snoring Squatchy cha. Your name. Just want your name. Your name.
Hello, I'm Carl Alexander.
Okay, we'll start with the folks online here. Rox?
Good morning, everybody. My name is Rox Ledoux. I am the Cumulative Effects Coordinator for Squamish First Nation.
Kathy?
Good morning, everybody. I'm Kathy James. I work for the Lillooet Tribal Council, Canucos Deleha Family Service, and I'm from Houston, Cookstem.
Jessica?
Morning, Jessica Hopkins from Chakawash.
Christopher?
Hello, Christopher Fletcher from Quatqua, hatchery manager. Thank you.
Lucy? Norma? Susan?
Good morning. My name is Susan Cook. I'm the Lands Office Manager for Houston, the Lands and Resources, and also partake in the catch monitor.
Meg?
Good morning. Fisheries biologist with Split Rock Environmental, Sakawash.
Andrew? Cynthia?
Morning, everyone. My name is Cynthia Bro. I work with the Fisheries and Oceans Canada out of Lillooet, helping with the catch monitoring program. I'm the one the data comes to.
Kate? Chief Bonnie.
Morning to everybody. My name is Chief Bonnie Adolf from Suckawash. Thank you for the welcome this morning and the prayer. And thanks to Becky for hosting this great event. And yeehaw on the early stirrets in the water. So happy to see many and good numbers coming back. Excited about this year and hopefully get to eat some fish. Thanks, everybody.
Jillian?
Good morning. I'm Jillian. I'm the IT program manager for the Lala Tribal Council. My parents are from Litwat and Squailu.
Chief Ina?
Swat Nizwa Ina Williams and Swat Chief Hoiston with Lieutenant Stoutman. My name is Ina Williams. I'm the Chief of Hoiston. Thanks for all coming. And thanks to Becky for hosting this. Thanks.
Keely?
Get Whitney, Junior Wildlife and Lands Assistant for Statliam Government Services.
Did I miss anybody online? And everybody in here, thank you very much. It's really great to see so many different community members here. Oh, we did miss somebody. I'll just let him get. I'll let him get settled. Yeah, there's Haxta, Leelwat, Schlath. Like there's so many different communities here. It's really amazing to see this many people turn out. Thank you very much for traveling all this way to be here. And I'm just going to head over and let Saul introduce himself.
Good day. Saul Terry, Westenmich.
Yeah. Is there any leadership that wants to say a few words before we get started, or save it for later, or what do you folks think? Just get the party started? Okay. So first up on deck is Rob Martin's going to come up and make a presentation about the 2025 preseason numbers and what's going on with what's going on with DFO. Thanks. Hey, everybody online, are you seeing the screen that says 2025 Statlium Preseason Forum?
Yes, I can see it.
Can Yes, see I it, can but see it. can
Thanks,
also
Jim.
see the next slide and no notes.
Is that better for you folks online?
Yes, that's better.
Thank you.
Okay, good morning, everybody. Thank you, everyone, for coming. Thank you to Hoyston for welcoming myself and the rest of DFO here today. As I said, my name is Rob Martin. I traveled here from Prince George yesterday. I work for Fisheries and Oceans as a resource manager, and I work with folks upstream, confluent. Work on fisheries planning discussions with folks, distributing information, as well as the Aboriginal Fisheries Strategy AFS program. So I work with tons of communities as far up as Takla, Stewart, well in the Williams Lake area, and this is the southern end of my area of focus. Thanks for having me here today. Today I'm here to share the information I have on hand that's going to inform the 5 season. And we're just having a slight Okay, perfect. Thank you. So you can see a bit of a agenda here. You only have to list. We've got information flow. That's how we start things off. Where the DFO gets, how it's used. I'm going to break it down into the Sockeye. You have coho listed up there. All off. We'll go Sockeye. Like I said, kind of management options are available for the coming year and how we want to manage the fish we think we're going to get back. And the last thing I'll do is similar to what we're doing today, share up-to-date fisheries information and, you know, support the decision-making process in season to decide what to do with the fish. Next slide, please, Becky. So where does our information come from? This is key to informing the in-season process. So first off, we have test fisheries. What these are, they take place in the river as well as the marine area. Essentially, people will be commissioned, I guess, to go out and catch a small amount of fish. and that will be kind of put into a bit of a mathematical scientific formula to try and identify how many fish are coming in and when. We'll also take DNA from those fish that are caught to identify a species composition, so we know not just how many fish, not how many sockeye are showing up, but where we think they're going. We have our stock assessment programs that will occur in the terminal areas that will back these numbers up at the end of the season. So these are the programs we have right on the spawning grounds, where DFO will have a lot of collaborative relationships with First Nations in those areas. We'll go out and collect that information together and produce what we call an escapement. That's how many fish made it onto the spawning grounds, what their spawning success was, how many males, how many females, all sorts of different information that we'll use to see how well we managed the fishery that year and give us an idea of what to expect on the next cycle, 4 years down the row. We also have monitoring programs. So as you guys saw, we have our catch monitoring team over here that works for DFO. Many First Nations will also have some of their own monitoring programs, whether that be focused on habitat or monitoring their community's catch. I'll try to work with those folks as closely as I can. Okay, sounds like we lost the screen online, so we'll just go back to that. While we wait for that, I can probably talk about the last 2 points that I had up there. DFO also has a scientific branch. We'll go out and study certain types of fish behavior, water quality, separate somewhat from the larger fisheries management process. It's more of a scientific focus on work. And the last piece of information that's critical to what we do on a day-to-day basis is what we hear from the public. So essentially everyone in this room and anybody else who might be down by the river. We get a lot of value out of people reporting what they see, whether it's a habitat issue, what the fish condition looks like. All that type of information gets fed into the broader process DFO uses to look after habitat and understand how well or how challenging migration conditions are for fish at various stages.
Are the people online able to hear me, do you think? So we're going to switch out a computer. My laptop isn't working so well, so Peter's going to switch out the laptop and we'll get everything running properly again. Thanks for your patience, everybody online. Thanks for your patience, everybody in here.
There, that's better.
Imagine being able to build
Please don't be shy to grab some breakfast snacks and coffee. And Sophie and the crew have been putting on a pretty good spread this morning already so far. Thank you for your help, Peter. We're going to get back started with Rob presenting.
Okay, I think we're going to get started again here. Yeah, thanks, Becky. Thank you, Peter, for taking care of that. Much appreciated. So I think we just wrapped up on this slide. I was just explaining what DFO used on a day-to-day basis to make decisions. So we covered off the science piece, and then of course the last comment I'd made was anything we can get from people who are down at the river, who are noticing things, whether it's to do with the fish themselves or the habitat. We have a variety of programs, whether that be conservation and protection, like our habitat regulatory group. We do mainly focus on fish themselves or immediate death or loss of fish habitat. So there are limits and focuses we have, but it is a resource we use to make decisions, and it is very well informed by everyone in this room. I'll go to the next slide, please. Okay, so I did mention the test fisheries here. This is just a map so folks can see what we're doing. So this is southern BC. If anyone's familiar with the area, a lot of our test fisheries are around the southern tip of Vancouver Island here. We do have some in the Johnston Strait, which is this narrow piece of water between mainland BC and Vancouver Island. The reason we have them in both sections is it varies from year to year. We'll see some fish go through the strait, other fish will go all the way around Vancouver Island. So it can be very challenging to estimate how many fish are en route to the Fraser without having both of those pieces of information. On top of that, we also have test fisheries in river. The primary one you'll hear us talk about is what we call a hydroacoustic station at Mission. It's essentially an underwater camera that counts any passing by sockeye and pink. So anybody who knows where the community of Mission is will know where that test fishery is. Okay, we'll go from the next slide, please. And so with those test fisheries, that'll bring us to what we're going to get into now about sockeye, and that's and Chinook and pink, and that's our in-season information. So I'll go to the next one. So what we have here is a forecast range for sockeye and pink. The red box is what we call our median forecast. So that's what we base all of our preseason planning on. What this says right now is prior to the season starting, we were estimating 2.9 million sockeye to return to the Fraser this year and 27 million pink. So that is a record run size for pink. We've never forecasted an amount that much. We still have to wait for those numbers to pan out in season, the same as how it would work for sockeye. So that 2.9 million sockeye, that's about a third of the run size that we would normally see on this cycle line using historic information. This isn't necessarily what DFO is going to use to manage for the entire year. As I said, we've got those test fisheries. As the numbers come in, we'll confirm if the abundance comes in at the forecast, and we'll continue with our preseason planning that way, the same way that we'll make different decisions if we see more fish coming in or less fish coming in. Okay, yeah, this forecast, it's highly scientific process, again, takes a look at a lot of information. They'll look at how many of those fish's parents escaped 4 years ago. They'll look at how good or bad the freshwater conditions have been, how good or bad marine conditions have been, as well as probably 50 other different things. Just wanted to identify that there. Very complicated, long process, but gives us really good information. Next slide, please. So again, this says similar to what I'd said in the past. So the bars on the left refer to sockeye. So the yellow color refers to this year's forecasted run size, and the green color is the average that we'd normally see on this cycle. So as you can see, about a third of what we typically see. Whereas for pink, on the right side of the graph here, you can see we're quite a bit higher than our historic average, and we'll see what that turns out to be later in the year. Next slide, please. So again, this breaks down the sockeye groups more. So when we talk about sockeye in season, we talk about 4 key different run timing groups. So most folks will know early Stewarts. The next group we have is early Summers. The group after that is Summers, and the last group is what we call the Lates. So each individual management unit I just said is made up of probably 5 or 6 different stocks of sockeye. We just loop them all together in season because we know they're migrating together. And the further they get up the watershed, then they'll start to veer off into their different tributaries and the areas where they spawn. So even within that, we have a variety of considerations we need to make for which stocks might be strong in their groups and which ones might not be as strong. The main stock we generally talk about when it comes to harvest is your summer stock. And that's going to be this largest one that's third from the left. That's going to include your Chilco, your Quesnel, your Late Stewart, and your Stalaco. And that would generally be what fish I think most folks would expect to plan their harvest on. It comes in after the early Stewarts. We'll see some weakness in the early summer run after that. And then all this stuff will start to build in the fishery if it comes in at the forecasted level. The last stock at the end is Lates. The furthest upstream spawning late population actually goes into Seton Lake, which is quite interesting, so just thought I'd throw that one out there. If anybody has questions on here about just the stock groups or anything, if I've mischaracterized anything, I think I might pause here and just leave a moment if anybody has a question before we get into some of our other slides about sockeye.
Hi, my name is Lena Shangut. I was just wondering, well, I don't know about all that. How do you know what fish are going where? Are they all labeled? I don't know. That's all I want to know. How do you know when it's the Chilco and Cornell and Lake Stewart and Seaton. So they're all labeled or what?
Yeah, no, unfortunately they're not. We can't ask them, but we do have the test fisheries that will occur in the marine area as well as the lower Fraser around Mission. So what they'll do is they'll catch a few of those fish and they'll take a genetic DNA sample off of them. And we know what fish goes where based on that genetics, and then we'll apply a run time from there. And generally when we see those fish go through, let's say, the Mission area, we know they're going to be up in Statlium in about 8 days. Does that help? Good, thank you. It was a good question.
Okay, there we go. Somebody said hi back. Just on the early Stewart, when you look at your numbers and, you know, when it was first forecasted or you were guesstimating that it was going to be about 100,000 return. Now we've got this large return. So if you go back to, I'm assuming 2021, which may have been the brood year, was it 2021? So what was going on in the early, like up in, is it Fort St. James, Fort St. John?
Fort St. James.
Yeah, so what did you see up there that would have made you say, oh, we're going to have, you know, 100,000? Like, was it just how they spawned out, their success of spawning? Like, it's that kind of information, I think, that you need to start focusing on what's going on in our backyard, because it's the spawners that are going to make the difference. That's what we want to know now, not what what you think is going on out there, because it's the people who are going to be able to tell you what's going on. Thank you.
Yeah, it's a great question. I asked that exact same question myself last week. I don't think we have a clear answer, but what I can say is in 2021 we saw 55,000 early Stewarts on the spawning grounds, more or less. So this is pretty significant productivity we're seeing. That's, you know, basically 10 times the return of the escapement we saw 4 years ago. The only notable things I could say about 2021 is we did have a very large late Stewart return. So we had 400,000 fish on the spawning grounds up there for the later run. That's larger than that area had seen in decades. Then of course there's always the combined impacts of maybe having really good freshwater conditions and potentially more food available in the ocean, but we don't have any clear insight to what caused the productivity change in this particular instance. It's very interesting.
It is. So 55,000 returning spawners, and this is just more for us to be knowing, because we should be talking to the people where the early Stewarts are going. It's always better to talk to them, ask them what's going on in their spawning grounds and what's going on with the animals. Are the animals showing up to feast, right? Because that's an indicator, and we have to look at those types of indicators, because if there was 55,000 spawners and there was a prediction of only 100,000 return, like, I don't get it. Like, I don't get why you would focus on such a low number, because that's where we start, you know, pointing fingers at you again, going, what are you doing out there? So it's just that concerned me because of the big return now, which is great, but to only say 100,000 when 55,000 spawned. And so I think it just needs to be clear delivery. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. It's definitely unique to me. It's the first time I've seen this, and I would just add the last time we saw a return this large for early Stewart was in the late 1990s, almost 30 years ago. I just do need to backtrack on one other piece about the early Stewart. 2021 was the first year that the emergency brood collection went really well that we did, resulting from the Big Bar landslide. Folks might remember seeing the fish wheels in the area. There's a lot of work the community did here And then, of course, there's a lot of work folks have been doing in the Stewart watershed with their own hatchery programs and any other type of habitat work and monitoring they may be doing. So that resulted in a release of about 600,000 early Stewart sockeye as fry the following fall. All of these particular fish had their adipose fin removed. So that's the tiny little chunk of fat that's just, right up from the tail. So if anybody does see sockeye with that missing, it's a clear identification that that's a hatchery fish and will be very important for DFO to understand how well those hatchery fish did in the larger process. Yeah, I might move on if there's no questions here, and I do have a slide on what we're seeing for early Stewart right at the end of the presentation as well, so I can share how many are there.
Just a brief note, Moon's going to be taking some pictures.
Okay, I see one more question, then we'll move on there.
Hello. My name's Michelle Tom. I thought all the hatcheries were shut down. There was supposed to be no hatcheries, so why are there still hatchery fish in our rivers?
Yeah, so that's it is a good question. There's a lot of pieces to that. So a lot of the hatcheries where the production levels were changed or decreased were for ocean run fish. So those would be Chinook and chum primarily. And those were generally for harvest purposes in the past. And a lot of fish were being produced for, I don't think, the ideal return people were looking for. In our area up here, we only have hatcheries for either assessment purposes, so meaning we'll raise just a few, we'll put a little mark on them just to get a better idea of when they come back as adults, how well the stock in general is doing. So you try and figure out the population that's leaving as smolts, you put a little mark on a few of them, you let them come back, and however many marked ones you get back, that informs how well the stock is doing. The other reason we'll have them is for what we call emergency enhancement, and that's in those years, if we think of Big Bar as a prime example, where very, very few fish were getting by. For early Stewart, 2019, we had something like 180 fish on the spawning ground. In 2020, I think it was about 30. So all these fish were caught in this area to try and boost the population when we knew a lot of them weren't going to make it home to spawn naturally. So that's what we're doing up here. Does that help? Okay, thank you. So if I don't, is there a question? Okay. And I do have some more on sockeye as we go. So.
Hi, Irvin Joseph. So we do all this work and all stuff like that for the fish and everything like this, and then one of our big companies, they decide to work on their dams. And then we do all the work, and then they have to get the water down to a certain level, and they wash all our work down the river for the next 10 years. So how do we get them under control for all the work that we're doing? And if we could monitor them from doing their work in a different time or something like that, like instead of during fish spawning season or something like that, because that company is ruining all our work for the fish. Just wondering if we could do anything about that.
Yeah, no, it's definitely, there's definitely some work that's going on there that I'm aware of, led by some of the communities here, definitely a challenge with fluctuating water levels that happen on a fairly regular basis. I think what some folks in the area are doing, and I might defer to some of the Hoiston technical people if they wish to add, is they're taking a look at the different water levels they're starting to see in the area and trying to make off-channel rearing habitat for some of those juvenile fish, so they don't get washed down the river. Also aware of some of those emergency conservation type efforts in the area as well, knowing that some of these adult fish aren't making it home to spawn. I think that's probably as far as I can take that one, but definitely a concern and an ongoing challenge I think myself and a lot of others in the department are aware of.
Yeah, around 2000, 2004, I did a luncheon for the BC Hydro at the dam there. I forget the year, but they said, oh yeah, we're going to save the fish and everything like this, but the next 4, 5, 6 years, they just flooded the river, just like, and all that work has gone down, we can't even trust them. Like, we do all the work and it's just washed down the river.
Yeah, thank you for sharing that with me.
Hello, Badger Jack here. I just wanted to bring up I feel like what's not really being addressed is like the inaction. Like you talk about knowing these things, but like what is really being done? Because when the Terzaghi Dam was originally made, there was no flow. And as much as we wanted to stop, not have that be real, DFO was the one that stepped up and forced them to open it up after there was a spillover. So it didn't flow for how many years? And, you know, to say like you want information from us, well, you got it. You know, there's a lot of information, there's a lot of living information here. You know, that was before my time of remembering, but I know that when it comes to working together, like there really needs to be a level of transparency of history, what's presently happening, what's relevant. And I think that that's what the people are trying to tell you is you can share information and facts, but like, where is the real transparency? What's your intention? What's your commitment? Do you plan to live here for the next 30 years? You know, you're not even from this area, you know? So you know, want to talk about building relations and sharing information. We're living information. There's so many people here that haven't been listened to. So for how many years after what Irving said about that agreement, that so-called agreement, it's not my agreement, I voted no. Because I don't believe in that. I don't believe in relieving BC Hydro of what has gone on. I don't even believe in relieving DFO on what has gone on. There needs to be a level of transparency or else we can't meet in a healthy way. You know, it makes me shake because I wanted to do something so bad during all that high water that killed the last bit of our Chinook. You know, there used to be 400,000 fish in our river. How many years ago was less than 1,000? After that high water, are we even, I feel like our people are literally trying to guard our information because we're scared to admit of the impacts of Bridge River. So let's do more. You know, this could be a week long of information because so many people want to be here, need to be here. I'm sad to not see any Lytton here. You know, whatever happens upriver, affects those downriver and all the way around. I'm sitting here, I'm trying to listen to you guys, and all I'm drawing is circles. So I appreciate seeing all the different, ages here, but let's just be honest. As young as I am, I feel like I've shared so much that makes things relevant in a way that you guys are failing. And I say that from a place of care because we want to reach a similar place of bettering the salmon, protecting the water, ensure future generations. So let's just step up. Let's maybe have another follow-up a little bit sooner when we hear the people say, we don't know enough to even understand what you're saying. Where is the paper that we can read to understand what you're saying? That's what some of us need. Some people need visual aids, some people need hearing aids. I'm just saying, I'm expected more.
Thank you for sharing. I did want to mention in my short career that I've been involved with fisheries, I can see a difference already in communication and working together. A lot of people that aren't in the industry probably don't see it or may not realize how closely we have worked together. I'm not saying it's perfect, it's not the best, but at least we're working together. And our neighbors way up north, at 1 o'clock, the people from Stewart, they're going to be doing a presentation for us on the Stewart Run. And Randy Billy Boy's presentation at 11, he's going to be talking about the slide that's above us. So we get to hear from our neighbors above us. I didn't get a hold of anybody below downriver, but there's a lot of communities all along the whole Fraser that are working together with DFO and making the hatcheries work for better numbers, not the hatcheries that used to just breed the salmon just for sport fishers, because that's not happening anymore. And Chief Michelle, everybody from SCC got the fish farms out. That really helped. DFO working together with Big Bar, and then all the communities up north. So I think that's one of the reasons why the Stewart numbers are so big this year. And in 2021 was the first year that I didn't have to go out to Big Bar and manually handle any fish to bring them over. They actually went through themselves. So I just wanted to let you guys know that. Thanks. Go ahead, Rob.
Yeah, and thank you everyone for the discussion so far. And yeah, I think my presentation today it's focused on kind of the larger level returns. What I'm hearing is there's interest to hear a bit more about the local stocks and what's going on in the area for a future presentation. That can be arranged, and that's good. For a lot of this, my focus today was talk about main stem harvest expectations, and that's what I can speak to today. But hear value in what folks have shared with me today and what they'd like to see the next time I get the opportunity to participate in a discussion like this. So we might do the next slide there. Trish, please. So really here, this kind of helps put scope to where these fish are going. So the red arrow definitely you know, that's where we are, and that's Lillooet. You can see basically in the top left-hand corner, those little red lines, that's where the early Stewart go. It's a 1,000 kilometer migration. In this area, we're about 300 kilometers along that migration route. Each one of those systems with a red line is where our primary stocks for this year, for the summer run, are going to be going. This can be made available through your technical representative, or Becky will have it. She's definitely someone you can reach out to if you want some more time to review where these fish are going. It's all public information. Next slide, please, Trish. So that starts to bring us into this year's management considerations. So a lot of folks are used to and aware. We have an early Stewart window closure. We call it a rolling window closure, and it's been extended in the last few years to help protect some of our early stocks. So early Stewarts are on there. The other stocks we're looking to protect right now are Bowron, which return to the Prince George area, Taseko, which are in the Silcatine Williams Lake area, and then we also have Gates that have a similar run timing, and I think folks are fairly knowledgeable about that stock. So for this area, early Stewart window closure is off August 7th. The closure is at different times for different areas, so the closure will be in effect longer for fisheries that are upstream of Lillooet. So in the Williams Lake area, it's August 13th. Once you get up to Prince George, it's August 18th, and it's shifted to make sure the closure actually covers when those fish are in the area to give them the best possible chance of getting home to spawn. We'll do the next slide, please. Okay. Lastly, it's a fairly technical table. I don't want to go through it, but basically this table is the result of DFO sitting down with a variety of First Nations through the Fraser Salmon Management Council process. I think there's 78 or 79 First Nations that participate in the aggregate body. And that helps us identify what run sizes we could start having a fishery at. On top of that, we'll also consider how many fish are available for harvest based on how good migration conditions are or how bad they are. So if we get into a situation where we see big bar or you know, a lot of hot water, we're going to plan for a lot of fish to die en route before they reach the spawning grounds. What we're really trying to do with this is scale our harvests and our fishery plans to make sure we're getting enough spawners on the spawning ground. I think this is of interest to this group today. This year, DFO worked with the Fraser Salmon Management Board to endorse 2 potential management plans, and an alternative plan was brought forward by First Nations in the consultation process. And it was kind of a hybrid of what DFO had presented, plus with the executive First Nation members, as well as the Fraser Salmon Management Council that got brought forward. So it resulted in a slightly lower harvest, but the interest was to get more spawners on the spawning ground this year. And that's what I recall hearing during the winter meetings this year. So if we do get our anticipated forecast this year, that'll be enough for 1/3 of FSC needs to be met throughout the Fraser River. Like I said, we've got 1/3 the sockeye run that we would have historically seen. That is an improvement from the last cycle, but it is still low. The amount of available harvest can be adjusted in season if we start seeing less fish. The same as if we start seeing more fish, we'll adjust it that way. At our forecasted run size, we're not expecting any commercial or recreational fisheries on Fraser sockeye this year. It could change if we saw a very large return throughout the rest of the runs, but at this point, we don't have information suggesting that's going to happen. The only information we have right now is early Stewart. I'll do the next slide, please. So I'm going to shift into pink here, and then we'll finish the presentation off with the up-to-date sockeye information, just in the interest of getting other people their presentations as well. So every odd year is a Fraser pink year, as folks will know. It's 2025, so we'll see pink this year. 2027, we'll see pink again, and so on. So we'll do the next slide there. Similar to sockeye, we do have what we call a management plan. Under this, I mean, we're seeing the most pink we've ever seen, so I would expect to have FSC fisheries directed on those. I know there isn't always the greatest interest for that, but there will be a lot of these fish present in the system this year if the forecast materializes. And there is potential for recreational or commercial fisheries directed on pink. What we're thinking this year is, with not a lot of sockeye available, not enough to meet FSC needs, that potential for any sockeye getting caught in the pink fishery will likely be a limiting factor for those lower priority fisheries, being commercial and recreational. I think I'll leave it there for pink, so we'll do the next slide. Next one, please. So just to talk about Chinook, we don't have the same in-season data flow that we do for pink and sockeye. Instead, we just run what we call the Albion test fishery, starting in May, and it ends in mid-June. And that will count what we call spring and summer 5-2 Chinook. So simply put, these are the Chinook that are pretty much all migrating past the Statlium area and into the reaches of the Upper Fraser. There is an abundant Chinook run that goes up the Thompson River that most people downstream will direct their fisheries on starting in early to mid-August. But those fish don't come up this way because their spawning grounds aren't up here. So for the fish we're expecting to see up this way, the in-season run size of Chinook is 45,280. So that is still considered low. But what we have seen over the past 2 or 3 years are Chinook coming back above what their parents came back at. So I'm not going to stand here and say that that's a trend reversal or we're seeing a long-term improvement, but there is potentially some good news in there that I want to share with folks today. We do have our similar management plans in place for this year, so significant reductions to commercial and recreational fisheries. So those are designed to take place outside of when these particular fish would be migrating through the area. And we also work with folks on very limited FSC fishing plans for Chinook when and where possible, upstream of the Fraser-Thompson confluence only. Any downstream fisheries targeting abundant Chinook runs are done so in a way that we're keeping an eye on how many of the fish coming up here could get caught in those downstream fisheries. Next slide, please. Okay, so I'm just going to wrap it up here. So everything we've gone over, those are kind of all the high-level management pieces. So what does it mean? And I think I only have a couple slides left, so we'll do the next one here. So, like we said, for sockeye and pink, we have in-season information that comes in. So these are very technical tables produced by the Fraser River panel, who manages a lot of the test fisheries. Right now, we've only seen early Stewart start to enter the river. And what we decided as of Friday is that the current in-season run size is 725,000 fish. So quite a bit more than what we've seen in the past. You'll see kind of our forecast for everything else in there, and this will get updated as the season progresses. Like I said, we've only seen about, as of this table, 3,000 early summers come in and only a couple hundred summer fish. So we're not expecting to see those fish until early to mid-August, when this table will be updated with what we can expect for, Gates, Taseko, Bowron, and then our summer run, which is what we normally direct harvest on. So that's your Chilko, your late Stewart, Stalaco, and Quesnel. Okay, next slide, please. So a couple pieces of other news to think about for this particular year. As folks know, it's been fairly cool. That means colder migration temperatures than what we've seen the last few years. That's good for fish. The other thing we're seeing is low water levels through a lot of the watershed. So this low water, coupled with the cooler temperatures, could be resulting in some fairly good migration conditions for early Stewart sockeye, really giving these things an opportunity to return to the spawning grounds in an abundance we haven't seen in a long time. The other thing that I have observed that's a bit different this year is because the waters stay colder, that could have positive impacts on the runs we'll see later in the year. Of course, things could turn around if we start getting 2-3 week long heat waves, but just some pieces to think about moving forward. I think everything else I've covered through previous discussions, so we'll just do the next slide, please. Just a quick update on Big Bar here. So as folks know, it was pretty detrimental to some of the runs back in 2019 and 2020. A lot of folks put a lot of work into creating passable conditions at the slide again, as well as some of that emergency hatchery operation we'd spoken about. Since 2021, we have not observed any passage issues at the slide. So there will be some water flow monitoring that continues this year, but not necessarily any fish passage counting. But again, all of our upstream stock assessment programs, we're physically counting the fish in the field, will continue. Next slide, please. And again, this is just going to summarize kind of everything we've talked about for what to look at for the year here in terms of broader fishery planning. So reduced harvest of Chinook migrating through Statlium FSC fisheries. So I think most folks know there's concerns about bridge Chinook. There's concerns about a lot of Chinook in the Upper Fraser. And that's on top of major changes to the recreational and commercial fishery that have been in place since 2019. Sorry about that. I don't like that. For early Stewart, the early Stewart window closure ends August 7th. We are seeing a lot of early Stewart sockeye this year, but the thought being, we could still see a high mortality on these fish. We haven't seen a run size this large in decades. Plan to continue with that closure, but also watch the test fisheries and look for those summer run sockeye that'll come in the first to second week of August there to inform when and where and how we should go fishing later in August. For pink, I would just suggest plan for pink FSC harvest if that's something folks would normally do. We can have a pink harvest at all run sizes with a return size of 27 million. There could be a lot of pink floating around the area as early as late August or early September. And I think that's my last slide there. Can we just check, Trish? Yeah, so I'll leave it there. Becky, I'd put it over to you if you want to, how much time you want for questions, given we're a bit behind, and we'll go from there.
Yeah, I just wanted to say a couple more words here to kind of help everybody understand a little better as well. Can you go back a few slides where it might say summer 5.2 or 4.1? So what actually summer 5.2 means is it's a 5-year-old, but it spent 2 years in the fresh water. Same with a 4.2. It's a 4 years old altogether, but it spent 2 years in the fresh water. So this does confuse a lot of people, and I see that on Facebook. So I'm going to kind of try and make up like a booklet that I could pass out at meetings or to everybody that kind of explains this. And then another thing that I've seen a lot on Facebook the last couple of weeks is you know, everybody's like raging against the commercial fishermen and blah, blah, blah. But thanks to our elders and like people like Saul, Terry, there isn't any commercial fishing on the Fraser at all, and hasn't been for a few years at all. So when you see on TV or any fisheries, they're fishing the Skeena, or they're fishing the Columbia, or they're fishing the Alaska runs. But there hasn't been any fishing, commercial fishing on the Fraser for a few years. So I just wanted to kind of mention that. Does anybody else have any questions before we go into coffee?
Mine is a big concern from Nechako. Just about every year, Rio Tinto is allowed to spill when their reservoir is too full. When they do spill, it's a skin spillway. Generally, it's a top layer of water, 20 degrees, so it's warm right from the top. I've always had concerns with that, impacting early Stewart, early Summers. Early Stewart and early Summers are all impacted by Nechako flows, or lack of Nechako flows. The flows that they are getting is warm waters taken from the top layer. They've been having storms up there, a lot of water, so we have a good chance of Rio Tinto spilling from the skin spillway, introducing 20-degree waters into the Fraser, impacting our salmon. It's been happening for a while, a good number of years. 2005, 2 communities up there requested and got funding to do a low-level outlet, cold low-level outlet. As soon as the government got in, Campbell got in, he took that money away. He took that chance away to cool the waters. They were also going to use those waters to provide power, produce power, but that didn't happen. Recently, I've heard another 2 communities were applying to build a low-level outlet on Kenny Dam again. Hopefully that happens. Excuse me. And recently I heard from a friend saying that Rio Tinto was allowed to take more water from Nechako. It shouldn't have happened. I didn't hear about it, didn't know about it, or else I would have fought like hell against it. Years ago, we fought against another project, Commando 2. We stopped that one. They were going to take more water from the Nechako to produce more power at Kitimat. But my biggest concern is the release of water from Skin Spillway to warm up the upper Fraser to impact our salmon. Yeah, it's just wrong. It's against the Fisheries Act, they say, introducing deleterious substance into the waters. I have a big concerns about that. Thanks for listening.
Thank you. Just on the pinks, and because I honestly think we should be starting to plan to fish them. If this is a fishery that is going to be in larger numbers, but you know what they look like when they get here. They're quite humpy. So where do they change? Like, where do they look okay? Because it'd be good if we could call up those nations and say, can we come down and fish? And if not, did we ever have big smoke camps? And I think that's something for us as Statlium to be discussing, not so much with DFO, but if it is a large fishery, we can't really turn our noses to them like we have been for years, like it's pinks, you know, they're just kind of a lot of work. If we want fish in our diet, they're coming, and they're coming to feed us. So that my question out of that was, where do they change? Like, where do they still look okay? And then I have a second question, and it's more to what's going on in our territory with BC Hydro. Is DFO an intervener in the BC Utilities Commission process on the LaJoy Dam upgrade, potentially BC, the Seton bypass? And I'll get into all that more when I do my presentation, but is DFO an intervener? And if you're not, you should be.
Okay, yeah, for that second one, as far as DFO's interaction with the Seton Dam, that's one I'd have to follow up on. I'm not aware of any major involvement we have at this point, but let me follow up with that. That's something I think I can share with the Lillooet Tribal Council Tech Committee and clarify what our role is in that process. In terms of pink, I mean, I might kind of flip this one over. There's a couple people in here, I think, who have worked for Big Bar in terms of what type of fish quality we look for. I mean, I'm from Prince George, so anything I see up there is not very silver. That first picture I showed you at the beginning of the slide, that was a pink salmon caught as part of the Big Bar operation. So we could use that, and then from there, right back at the very beginning of the presentation, the first slide. And then from there, I might turn it over to Becky because I know she's worked on the fish wheels for Big Bar and might be able to say what she sees there. The other piece, I might just have to correct something we said earlier. In terms of commercial fisheries, there could be some directed on pink later this year in the marine area as well as the Lower Fraser. And there are First Nations that have what's called an economic opportunity where they can go out and fish for economic or commercial purposes. So if anybody knows of the folks down south and has communication pathways through there, there may be a market that's potentially available later in the year. Yeah, so that one I believe was caught at Big Bar, and Becky, maybe you could say what your observations have been.
Yeah, so even up at Big Bar, the hump was starting to get quite pronounced and the meat was very soft. And then when we moved the fish wheel down here to Teaklit at 6 Mile, because it takes 3 days to get from here to Big Bar, you could already see a difference. They were a little bit more silvery, like a rainbow, and the hump wasn't as pronounced, but the meat was still soft. So I would think, just from being out there and tagging, I would say maybe down by Boston Bar and lower. Yeah, they would still be firm enough to be able to, can probably. But I know that we've smoked them, like my family, and they're great smoked. They're just smaller pieces and more work, but that's fine.
Just from our experience, like JR and Chris and myself, who spend nearly every day on the river between Bridge River and Hell's Gate, that exactly what Becky said. When we get to observe on the pink ears, a lot of fish getting dipped or even caught in gill nets, especially below Lytton and especially through Boston Bar, and they're beautiful. You have to look twice to tell if they're like sockeye or pinks. You obviously they have the pink size and so forth, but they're firm and silver and beautiful. My mouth waters all the time when I look at them.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, why does DFO not do test fisheries on Chinook populations that spawn in St'át'imc territory?
So Chinook are a bit different. They're generally observed in smaller populations in their spawning area. They can be quite spread out in systems without a lot of access. Spring and summer 5-2, they're generally enumerated somewhat as an aggregate to account for that. So we're really looking at the big picture. So we have what we call our spring 5.2s, and those are the ones that, you know, basically spawn about the second week of August, primarily in the Upper Fraser, around McBride, although I know there's some in this area as well. Then we have our summer 5.2, which will get to spawning late August to mid-September. A lot of the programs we have, because they're so spread out, rely on aerial methods. So it'll be primarily helicopter counting with maybe a couple small sonar operations from there, but something we can raise at the tech committee if there's more there.
Thanks.
I attend the Pacific Salmon Commission meetings every Tuesday and Friday, so I keep track of what the counts are of the salmon. I noticed that you never mentioned the actual number for the early Stewart, which is over 700,000. I think the last time it was that high was in 1997, so that's 28 years. It's been really low numbers. Also, the early summer and the summer are starting to show up, and they're actually tracking above what was predicted over the winter. So I expect that there's a lot more fish than was predicted. I know it's too early for you to say that, but just from attending meetings, I know that fishing looks actually pretty good this year for the sockeye, just because of the way it's tracking and the way the early Stewart came in. So another point I'd like to make is that I know that through the Pacific Salmon Treaty that First Nations get 400,000 as soon as the commercial fisheries opens up. So I'm not sure why it was negotiated that we would get less, or agreed to by our people that we'd get less when as soon as commercial fisheries open, we get 400,000 right off the top. So I'd just like to make sure everybody understands that.
Yeah, and I might have some pieces there. I think I remembered everything. So yeah, early Stewart, 725,000, awesome return. What I have heard is we can't definitively say if the later run timings are going to be showing just as strong as early Stewart. We've got people have done historical comparisons, and sometimes they are, but sometimes they aren't. So agreed, like you said, I can't stand up here and say that the summer run is going to be strong. We have to keep watching, but we're really going to know a lot within that first couple weeks of August. That will tell us a lot about what fishing will look like up here in the third week onward in August later on. In terms of the Fraser River Panel and Pacific Salmon Commission, that 400,000 sockeye harvest, that is called the Aboriginal Fisheries Exemption. So in Canada, once we identify a harvestable surplus on sockeye, the first 400,000 of those fish go to First Nations only. That said, Canada still doesn't initiate other fisheries directed on Fraser sockeye until FSC needs are met. DFO currently identifies FSC needs to 1.1 million. I don't have the history on that number. I'm just saying what it is. So, I wouldn't open a rec fishery or a commercial fishery until we've hit that 1.1 million, or would very reasonably expect to. Where that 400,000 kicks in is Canada does have treaty with the United States through the Pacific Salmon Treaty. So once Canadian First Nations get 400,000, the US gets a share of sockeye that's 16.5% of anything above that 400,000. So put it in simple terms, if there's 500,000 sockeye available for harvest, Canada gets that first 400,000, goes to First Nations. The United States will get 16.5% of that next 100,000, so that's 16,500 fish for them to distribute in their process. I think they have somewhat similar allocation or distribution protocols. I'm not an expert on US fisheries. And then Canada would get that remaining 84,000 fish, and that would go back to First Nations as well until we hit that 1.1 million. Yeah, thank you. Good question. Anything else?
Are you guys ready for a coffee break? Let's have a little break here, everybody. Let's meet back at 10:05. Oh yeah, let's do some draws. Get some draws going here. Moon will help me with that. Thank you, Moon. Yeah. Yes. 11:05.
Okay, everybody.
Thank you.
Okay, just hang on here.
So I just wanted to introduce Randy Billy Boy. He's from the Chilcotin. He's going to be making a presentation on the landslide that helped last year, or that happened last year. And he's going to give us an update of what they're watching for, if they're still watching. So he's from Chilcotin National Government, Randy Billy Boy. Thank you.
Sorry, I'm just trying to get used to the bringing up the information on here. Are you guys seeing my screen now?
Yeah, we're seeing your whole screen, so we get to see the side slides as well as the other one, the main one.
Okay. So
there we go, perfect.
I'm going to be jumping through some of my information. So good morning. My name is Randy Billy Boy. I'm with the Chilcotin National Government Fisheries Manager. The things that I'm going to be sharing with you would be the some of the information regarding the slide that we deal with and the task force as well. And the photo is an old photo. And thank you for allowing me to present for Chatlium. And here you see it's at the Farwell Bridge, Naguantlet, and local fishermen from the Tusi Indian Band. And for myself, I will skim through some of this, move on to the next PowerPoint. I'll actually go right down to the PowerPoint with the slide. And if you guys want to view the other part of the presentation, we can also do that. So about us, this is the slide that happened on the Chilcotin River, Lower Chilcotin River. This happened here in 2024. The large slide occurred. It was very big. So this is right around July 30th that it happened. And it blocked the Chilcotin River, so almost about a week. So the size of this is actually like from hillside to hillside, it's like 600 meter across, 30 meters high. So that water finally pushed through about a week later. So that's when it did push through, then a lot of the water went down regarding with all the logs and the dirt and the debris. So when the slide occurred, downstream of there was a big concern regarding our sockeye and Chinook. Then it was a low return for us that year. So the biggest question was when would the Chinook and the sockeye be returning back? So with the slide, it impounded with the dewatering. So downstream, all you people could see was the water flowing from the Big Creek system. Then there was nothing flowing from the Chilcotin River. The water blocked. The slide filled the river valley, forming a lake. So that just below the Elninkis Ranch, if you ever see it on a Google map. So it looked like a big giant lake there, about 11 kilometers upstream. The lake inundated the river banks and hillside, which are largely fine soil, resulting in extensive sloughing of the hillside, and the wood debris accumulated into the temporary lake. Downstream of the Chilcotin River was completely dewatered. So there was a lot of pooling in the bottom end. You could see the Chinook was pooling in some of the areas. Right at the mouth of the Big Creek system that was flowing in, there was some Chinook that was waiting in there as well, waiting for the river to return. And you can see there on the left, that's the top picture there on the left. That's the old gang ranch site right above Farwell Bridge. You can see those cabins there, those old cabins there. And after on the right side, those cabins are gone. All the debris and the rocks and the sediment pushed right through. So those log cabins were all gone. The beach area on the bottom side were all gone. And you can see where that big slide that happened at the El Niquis Ranch on the bottom left side. All that water just pushed right through, just roaring. Nothing was going through till about I think about a week and a half later. You can see Chinook slowly making it through there. And again, it's just up there 6 days later, the slide kind of pushed through. And you can see that estimated peak of the break flood was 4 times to the 1,000-year flood level, making it an extreme event. The floodwater was heavily laden and with logs and woody debris. The equivalent of 1.2 million dump trucks were moved by the flood. The extreme high water or the high flows of debris from the breakout flood created massive erosion, destabilizing and recontouring the river channels downstream of the dam. Tributary levels in the Chilcotin River below the slide remains consistently high until a gradually decrease started in late August. Following the breakout flood, remodelization of the slide debris result in 2 subsequent river blockages on September 16 and 18, both breached within 24 hours, resulting in temporary downstream dewatering and spike tributary posts. So you can see how dirty the water is. You can see the bottom right, that's the, on the left side, that's the Chilcotin River. It's more dirtier than the Fraser River. And top photo is regarding, you see where the Big Creek is flowing into the Chilcotin River. When we were flying by there, you could see a bunch of Chinook and are hanging around by the mouth there. I guess they're breathing and they go back into the Chilcotin and trying to migrate towards the spawning area. So responding to the crisis leading recovery, TNG immediately led the response to the landslide, resulting in a high response, collaborative and technical rigorous process that is still ongoing. So TNG initiated the tripartite collaborative table. So TNG, Department of Fisheries, BC, and the Upper Fraser Fisheries Conservation Alliance. So we established a critical monitoring program of fish passage, pass, slide area, and environmental conditions. We assessed and implemented in-season mitigation options. We release regular public reports on condition of salmon passage. We conduct post-season analysis and pre-season planning for 2025. So it was just TNG. So we had BC and the Department of Fisheries and UFFC and other groups that were actually supporting this project itself. So TNG led Emergency Salmon Task Force. So TNG initiated a tripartite, like I was saying earlier, with the TNG, TFO, and BC. So the critical monitoring program of fish passage, path to slide area, environmental conditions, assess and implemented in-season mitigation options. So release regular public reports on conditions, salmon passage. So currently, post-season analysis to understand the impact of the slide event on salmon and future risks. Looking forward to planning and implementing the salmon slide. Do you guys see the arrow that's moving around. So this is the slide area. So the top end where the slide happened is right around here where the El Nicky Ranch is. So, and then you can see where Farwell Bridge is over here. So we've got monitoring that happens. So we've got all the tributary monitoring at all the way up from the stone bridge. That's called the Hansville Bridge. It monitors the how clean or how dirty the water is. So at Stone Bridge, the tributary is at 20. Give you an idea regarding how the tributary at the down at Farwell Bridge is. So right around May when we put that in, the tributary reading was spiking between 550 to about 850. And we've also got a tributary monitor at Sheep Creek Bridge. So that's on Highway 20 going towards Williams Lake. That one was at 120 to 180. Then you get down to Gang Ranch Bridge and the tributary reading down there is that 180. And a lot has to do with the muddy water that's flowing from the Chilcotin. So 2024 impacts on salmon, what we have learned. So number one, impact on early time sockeye. So Taseko and South End Chilco was extreme. So Chilco sockeye, 3 weeks delay. En route mortality impact by 50% less from ocean return in season estimate for spawning ground, much higher than typical. Female impact regarding the sockeye. So there's 30% females that were seen at the spawning ground. 70% males were there. And you see the, on the right side photos, you see that going through the tributary, all the mud and dirt going through the Farwell area and making it up. You see like a sandblast on their chin and their face. Like somebody blindfold you and you're expected to walk 50 kilometers, bumping into everything. So number three, Chilco Chinook, 2 to 3 week delay. Impact being assessed. Later time stocks, we got the coho steelhead impacts being assessed. A lot of the monitoring was done by helicopter, so there's no on-the-ground identification. So just visuals regarding what was being seen. So effects from the landslide on salmon are cumulative. Very high Fraser River temperatures, a very low Chilco sockeye year. And next slide is the impact on the landslide is not really over. So assessing the impact and risk for the salmon in this coming season and beyond. So we are starting to understand the future impacts from the slide that happened last year. So currently dramatic changes aquatic environment through the impact area, including amount of sediment in the river, resulting in very high turbidity levels in the river. Already seeing significant high levels of turbidity in recent days. Anticipated high likelihood of future landslides. So dirt overcoming years due to the destabilization and erosion through the entire impact area can cause river blockage and turbidity, significant migration delays and stress. So 3, anticipating higher risks of future rock slides. So at Farwell Bridge, due to the significant erosion from the breakout flood, key concerns at Big Bar like blockage to salmon migration, ability to pass, make it to the spawning ground. So even at Farwell Bridge, there's some cracks that are developing on the west side there. So T&J Fisheries and the task force ongoing work. So T&J Fisheries has been at a full sprint since the 2024 landslide occurring. We have adapted, expanded, and initiated crucial monitoring programs So critical tributary monitoring progress expanded period. Handsville sonar. So we've got tributary monitoring that is being set up. So 6 weeks to cover a majority of the salmon migration. We are preparing for this year's fishing season response to the worst case scenario, extreme salmon blockage at Farwell Canyon due to the rock slide that requires moving fish past the blockage. So we're more or less pre-planning in case that actually happens. We're assessing and advancing the site by mitigations and recovering options. Moving forward, what can we do to reduce risks of the future impact? So bottom photo on the left, we've got Alicia William and Leonard English. They're taking water samples on the upper end of Hansville. And the bottom right is right at the Farwell Bridge where you can see how dirty the water is. So if you've got a tributary reading that happens, then they just go in there to check it. So each week they check it to see what the levels are. So work plan already underway. So extensive monitoring program, 2025 for a full salmon season. Provide critical or real-time daily data to understand the river. So recognizing with critical information being used for the Pacific Salmon Commission this year. TNG Fisheries staff increasing capacity to learn or lead monitoring programs. So besides the regular sonar that are being set up, there's also the tributary readings that has to be checked. So there's one at Gang Ranch. You can see with the gold star on the bottom right. We've got another one at Sheep Creek Bridge. We've got another one at Farwell Bridge, another one at Hansville Bridge. So those are checked each weekly. And this is the Hansville site where they're putting up the sonar. And then there's also a tributary monitoring that's over there as well. In a photo, we've got Leonard English. They're setting up the sonar. And you see some of the workers. Gerald Hans is there, Evan Stump, some of the rangers. They're setting up the sonar, getting it ready. So Pete has did some presentation on the bottom photo there with the Pacific Salmon Commission regarding this. And he's also done that with the FSMC. And top right, tributary monitoring. You got Leonard Inglis and Winston Bambrick. They're taking water samples. Each week they've sent out this water samplings down to Vancouver. They send all the water samples, and then whenever the samples that they get or empty containers that they get, and that gets cleaned out, and they get more samples each week. At the beginning, when they were doing the tributary monitors being set up, Leonard English, Corbett Johnny, and UFCA, they were down at Sheep Creek Bridge, and they were setting one up at Sheep Creek Bridge, and also down by Gang Ranch. So far, our team, top left is myself, Peter Nicklin, and Michelle Tung. Middle there is Winston Bambrick. Stock assessments, Gerald Williams. Far right is Leonard English. He's our fisheries project manager. And also the bottom left, you get Andrea Sterling. She does our indigenous water initiatives. And in the middle there, we got Michelle Tung with some of the rangers. And we got Amy Arsenal. He does our communications for us, for the community, and also with sending out information to everyone. And bottom right, new to our team is Hayden Grinder. He's one of our stock assessment. So this year it'll be him and not Gerald William, but Winston Bambrick will be going to to Chillico. Do you guys want any update regarding our hatchery?
Yes, please, Randy boy, Randy Billy boy. There's a lot of people nodding their heads.
Okay.
Are you gonna? The main question was, what is in the hatchery? What are they hatching?
Okay, that's just to try it out. We've used the Chillico Chinook, Chinook that's in the hatchery. So celebrating our 2 years of success with the operating of this hatchery, the salmon conservation hatchery. So this was the second year. Winston Bambrick is actually our hatchery manager. So they brought the eggs and they got them milked and they put them in trays and he was raising them to elanders. You see the middle photo where the egg yolks are still on the Chinook salmon. And you see the bottom left, you see the eggs they're developing. So once in a while he'll check the eggs to make sure that which ones are alive and which ones are dead. So going through the winter times, the biggest issue that we usually have was whether the power was on or else the generator will kick on. So each week they'll do the testing, making sure the water isn't freezing. And when we're about to release, you can see it, they're all in a tank on the top right. So second from the right, we've got Corbett Johnny and Sean Harry. You can see all the fry that are inside that big green tank. On the top right there, you got the crew there. They're turning the wild stocks into a hatchery. They're clipping the adipose fin. When we're going to be releasing is a bottom middle photo. We're putting all the fries into the tank and bringing them up to the Chillico system right by Henry's Crossing. So all the fish on the bottom right there, you can see the big tank there. They're using those hoses and they're making sure that the water temperature are close to the Chillico temperature. The water has increased from 16 and all the way up to about 18 degrees, so it didn't take long. We released all that. So there was 3 releases. One of the releases was at 4,500. Next release, which I wasn't there available, was like 104,000 that was done from the, there was the Quenal hatchery that released some of the Chinook, and there was also the Spyus. There was also the down in Bellacoola. So all that got done at Chillico right around the month of April. In June, we released about 3,500 more Chinook from what you see in the photos there. Those were released. So for this year, we won't be doing the hatchery. We're having an upgrade to our hatchery. We got an approval to increase the size of our hatchery. So now we're waiting for a bid. So what's going to happen is they're going to bulldoze some of the dirt in that area. They're going to build a hatchery that's a bit bigger. So we're hoping to do another one in 2026. Any questions?
Thanks for the presentation. I'm wondering if TNG or any of the Chilcotin communities are doing any bank stabilization work in areas just to reduce potential risk of future slides?
This thing on here. Sorry about that. Not for the where the slide actually happened. A lot of people were still kind of leery about doing any work there. The size of that slide that's there would be nice if we've got a bunch of equipment from like the mining companies where we can move a lot of that dirt or stabilize that ground somehow. But for now, it's still ongoing. It's sloughing. So right around from the spring freshet, it was actually going from 550 for the how dirty the water is to right up to about 880. So the point of where the salmon or any fish that goes through the slide area would die would be at 1,000. So it came close. It was up to 880.
Thank you.
So that whole area from Farwell Bridge up to where the Hansville Bridge is in Chilcotin, that whole area within that area, it is called like a Negwentlet. So it's a place where the slide do happen. So it's nothing new to us. So usually in the past it was I think it was 2004 when a slide happened at Farwell just below there.
Thanks, Randy. Michelle Edwards here.
Yeah.
Through the Statlium Chiefs Council, we've been working with the Chilcotin Nation government, and about 6 weeks ago we had some of the TNG technicians come down, and unfortunately Randy wasn't one of the ones that came, but it was really good that we are working, starting to work with them instead of fighting with them all the time. We had to bury that hatchet. But we took them down to Bridge River, and it was really interesting to watch an expression on a few of their faces when we walked around the corner and they seen the fish camps, something that wasn't as familiar because they go down to Farwell and they fish, but they were surprised at all the camps, and it was good to see a first-time reaction to that, because I'm hoping that that's something they'll get back. But what I wanted to speak to, again, with the Statlium and the Chilcotin, and you look at the Chilco run, the Quesnel, the Stalaco, and the late Stewart, those are the runs that we fish, and I feel that when something goes on upstream, what is our role to go in and help? I think that any new negotiations that we do or agreements, and we're talking about doing habitat not only in our streams, but we should be asking the Chilcotin, what is it that they need, right? I think they needed like probably an army of technicians when something like this happened. So I'm hoping we can coordinate that when you need to do work, we've got a whole nation of experts, meaning our people. You know, they've been working at rehabilitating the Seaton, the Gates, the Portage, and the Hoiston, you know, the Bridge River for years. And those salmon that we're benefiting, or that we're actually bringing back, are benefiting the land, the wildlife, and nations below us. It's the salmon that you're looking after that benefit us, that we fish, and I think there has to be a better understanding between all of us about that. 70% of the spawning grounds are probably above Boston Bar, or even above Lillooet, right? So we have a lot of work that we need to do to make sure that salmon get home, but the fish runs that Randy and his team are looking after are what we fish. And we need to make sure that our conversation happens with the Chilcotin Nation on what those salmon runs are looking like each year. And if they need our help, we should be asking them to call us when they need that help. Because a lot of money is being spent. I was just talking with, I just forgot his name. But, you know, DFO needs to come forward and say how many millions, that are almost billions of dollars, that they've spent on enhancement And then we've got industry comes along and just kind of wrecks it. But really want to thank the Chilcotin for doing this work. But we should be asking how we can help them even improve it. We're going up in September. The group that met with the Chilcotin, we're going to go up and we're going to share. And specifically asked when fish were spawning or, either before, during, or after, so we could see the land come alive, see their people come alive. Because that's what we need to see, what the health of the land is when the salmon are spawning. And that'll indicate to us the work that we need to do. But that slide was something else, and we lost things on the river. Somebody called and asked, were you concerned about the flooding? It's like, no, we were concerned about the fish, and and they were surprised. And it's like, well, you shouldn't be, because we're always going to be concerned about the fish. If we get flooded, we get flooded, but we always need fish to come back. So just really wanted to always say thank you to the Chilcotin for looking after the spawning grounds, because that's where the fish that we're fishing need to go. And so if we can help you, I think we need to sit down and look at how we can help. Maybe we start directing funding and workforces up there when you need it. Cookstem.
So tonight, the group that you're talking about, in-house, we are having issue. There's a conflict between which group is getting paid through the federal funding and which group is getting paid through the provincial funding. So whatever happens with any visits with other communities, sometimes it isn't communicated to us, even though that's part of our department to deal with regarding the salmon. And it's just like throwing us under the bus when we hear that there are visits that happens with other communities, and we don't hear about it till about a week or two after it happens. And I know it's really hard regarding when the stock that we are looking to harvest, all of a sudden things happen for a reason. Let's look at 2019 Big Bar Slide. We had no choice but to close it down. We never fished. 2020, the numbers weren't great, and there was a huge amount of water that was coming down during freshet, and we didn't see any fish till about 3 weeks later at the same time. And last year, regarding the big slide that happened, we had no choice to have a closure. It's kind of crappy that DFO would not really consider our group till after the fact regarding sports fishing have an opportunity, and even though we had a closure, things like that. Area 104 for Alaska, 2019, they took about a little over 45,000 of our sockeye when we had a closure during that Big Bar Slide. Yeah, it's really important we try to support the stocks that are making it back into our territory. A lot of our members do complain, saying that how come we can't go fish right away? So we don't make the decision. We will get our information and give the best information to our chiefs. It's our chiefs that decide when our stocks will be open, especially with our Chinook fishery that'll be opening as of the 18th of last Friday at 12 a.m. at night. So it's open for Chinook fishing, but any sockeye that's going to be caught would be released, and that is also being honored by the Shuswaps. You could see some of that Chilcotin and Shuswap fishing on the Fraser River. They're releasing the sockeye. This is more or less common courtesy for the upper Fraser groups, where they never had any access to actually harvesting. Thomas Alex is one of them regarding up in his area. They're looking for an opportunity regarding the early stewards, so we're going to be staying out of the water on the Fraser. And for our sockeye, it's open August 14. On the upper Chillicothe, there's no fishing whatsoever, but there's actually a rod fishing on the Chillicothe and Chillicothe junction there. So that'll be on for a short time. So depending on what we've harvested so far for Chinook, we will see if we'll get a secondary permit from Department of Fisheries. Most times we will do a judgment regarding what's being caught. I know it's really important when the communication does happen that we try to communicate with the groups down south. It gets really frustrating when you add Department of Fishery to this element, and they're more or less getting us to fight amongst each other instead of us trying to communicate with each other regarding what we would require or what we suggest if we're having issues with salmon in our area. Thanks.
Hi, Randy. Hi, Randy. It's Becky here.
Yeah.
We've got everything running on YouTube live as well. There's a question
Awesome.
there. I'll
Okay.
repeat it.
Sounds good.
By any chance, is there any way to bypass the slide area at all? Or the erosion area? Is there any way to that it can be bypassed at all?
No, you probably can if you can make a fishway right from the mouth of the junction all the way up to the stone bridge, but that'll be very costly. And due to the funding that we received, it wasn't really enough to do very much. Would be nice.
Thank you. Does anybody else have any questions?
Or the debris. Hi, it's Michelle again. Yeah, it's the debris flow that was coming down. If there was any work done on, I guess, during and after, because it was quite substantial. So I don't know if, like, especially on your system there and what it did at Farwell Canyon and, you know, just the amount of debris. Have you guys looked at if it happened again, would you do the same thing? Or would you rally the troops and try to get water through a little bit quicker? You know, was there information gathered while the water was being held back? Did you go in and get temperature or silt, or like, did you look at a lot of those things? I know the debris that came down even here, it actually was enough to take out a chunk of rock. I don't know what it's called, but a lot of people went out there and fished. I don't know if it was Lupo's rock, where it was like you get half an hour to go and fish and then you've got to leave. That was actually taken out by the debris flow. And, you know, and people may not think that's big, but it's a big deal here. But did you do work during and after? And you're still going to wait for a result, so you make the decision, do we hold it back? You probably didn't have a lot of choice because it would have taken an army to actually get that out of there. But it'd be interesting to know what kind of data you did get to capture. Thank you.
Yeah, regarding the size of the blockage itself, it was just in awe when you're actually there. So you can see how tall the trees are on the bottom right side. You're standing there, so it's just literally about a two-story building. That's how high it was blocked off. When it pushed through, when everything just came down. Down at Farwell Bridge, I was hoping that they showed some the area at Farwell Bridge. the bottom side on the Farwell Bridge, on the stony side, there's a huge pile of dirt that people had to walk past through to get to the bottom side of the fishing site. When all that water and debris went through, some of those metal covers over those fishways were ripped right off, and the bottom and all that dirt was pushed out of the way. Now you can actually walk down to the bottom part of that fishway. So that's how powerful the water was. And the on the 2C side, that on the Farwell Bridge area there's like a 20-foot drop. So we just got to put a ladder in there so people can do some fishing. Biggest question is regarding, there's another slide that's possibly going to happen on the bottom end of that Farwell Bridge. So that's what we're prepping for. I'm surprised that there's no actual picture of it on here regarding the bottom section there. So that's one of the things that we're prepping for. And besides us, there's the Emergency Operations Center here at the TNG office that are also partially funding regarding this. So biggest thing with the province, they don't give you any funding before the issue happens. They only give you the funding after the incident actually happens. So majority of our costs, it's tremendous, and that's coming out of our fisheries program. So a lot of the money that we do receive is just doing a partial work. So a lot of the stuff that we do is not going to be covering the cost of everything that's going to be done. So if we do any trap and transport at Farwell Bridge, the pre-plan is to do it, there is a side road that goes up and goes around to the old gang ranch site above the Farwell Bridge. So we might have to push over a road through there and be releasing a lot of the adult Chinook if it need be. So similar to what happened at Bridge River. So we'll connect with everyone locally, so it won't be just the Chilcotins. We'll try to get the Shuswaps involved with that. So it's the group's fishery in that area, so I think it's not going to be just us that could be trying to support this.
Hello.
Yep.
Is there any way to find out if the chemicals that came out of that washout, is all that chemicals gone now, or and how can you tell if none of the fish was affected, and how long does it take for the chemicals not to affect the fish and the people? You know, when we eat the fish, are the chemicals not in the fish anymore? You know, because I don't know what kind of chemicals are in that washout. Thank you.
Good question. I don't think there was any chemicals used. It's just the mud. A lot of mud that was going through there. So when the slide happened, it was just the water was just straight brown. So this looked just like chocolate water just flowing down through there. And there was some salmon that weren't strong enough that they floated downriver. Other things that besides the slide that happened, there has been testing regarding the not the Gibraltar mine, but there's another one that besides there, right by Winnell Lake. Remember that tailing breach that happened a while back? The breach is repaired, but they're doing studies regarding some of the sockeye reported by Andrew Michoud. The studies that came back regarding the sockeye for the chemicals that were being used in the tailing for the gold mine is that fish are still good to eat regarding when the fish are out in the ocean majority of the time. They're only in there for a short time when they were smolts, when they're making it back down to the ocean. And so similar to our sockeye, what we saw from last year, 2024, the smolts that were released that were good and decent. In the fall, the spawning, there was 30% of the females that made it to the spawning grounds, 70% of the males that were there. And the biggest question, the overall number for the sockeye that was seen was right around about 64,000, 65,000. So it gives you an idea, maybe 30% of that would be females, and you're looking at 30,000 or less that spawn. So 4 years' time, we would have no choice but to have a closure, just regarding the amount of females that were there for 2024. So I would say it's a lot safer than eating some of the canned meat that you guys buy that we like. So salmon would be the best option if you were going to be harvesting some salmon. Same thing with the wild game.
Hello, Gasper Jack, Houston Elder. A few years, or I believe Simon Fraser had a geologist who went up the Chilcotin country there and did his study on all the topographical ridges and creeks and that surround the area where the slide went. And their data says that the impact of that whole slide was partially from forest fires that were there prior and logging. So we have a need to ask the forestry, both in logging and forest fire fighting, to help minimize the impact of whatever is occurring at that time. Because when we lose our forest, is that the impact is on the ground itself, and the saturation of the water will impact it to the point where it does end up with a slide like this periodically. I'm just wondering if the Chilcotin would ask for the forestry in the firefighting department and logging department to dial it down.
Yeah, that's a good question. You can see from the photos there, a lot of those trees are burnt. So all the water that's usually underground water, that's what caused that slide to happen. When we were viewing it the first time, you could see all the wet areas on the cliffside where the dirt part of the hillside on the top part. You could see that you could see all the water that's pushed all that dirt in. So there's nothing to grab the water going into the trees when the trees were alive. So that's what caused all that slide. And that is a big concern. So There has been quite a few tree planters in the area, and some areas more than others. So there's quite a few tree planters in the area that come out to the Chilcotin area just to plant. We're asking to do other species of trees to minimize the outrageous burning that happens each year. Mind you, a lot of the forestry companies rather have pine because it grows fast. But we prefer other trees just so we can stabilize the ground and it won't catch fire easily, like regarding the poplar trees. But that's all good questions. You could see in a lot of the slides that I've seen since I started. There's a lot of underground water that has affected some of these slides. In 2004, when that firewall slide happened, the year after that, the Unisight slide happened after that. And the same thing, there was underground water that pushed that whole dirt across. And there's probably about 3 other slides that happened before that. So huge conflict we had with the province was regarding, they didn't want to get involved regarding with the slide because there was no roads there. That's how they put it. It's not our concern because there's no highways. And you got the forestry with the burnt areas and a lot of the forestry that happens, especially with the Farwell where that the re-slide that's going to happen at the Farwell Bridge, they're just on the bottom side. They're saying that it's not their concern because it's not below any highways, but there's a highway that is above there that goes through the windy sections above on the stony side. So the huge log trucks that go by there, the vibration on the ground, and that does cause a lot of the slide that happens in that area. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more questions, folks? Yeah, so if you want any updates or if you wanted to get a hold of Randy, you can always come through me and I can hook you guys up if you need to, because he'll be doing weekly ones on Fridays at the PSC meeting. So any updates that he has, I have no problem emailing them out to you or printing them off or what have you. Thank you very much for your presentation, Randy Billy Boy, and keep up the good work. Thank you for all your hard work.
Thank you.
Okay. Is anybody in here hungry? Sophie and them have been cooking like crazy. It's lunchtime. Can I ask somebody to say a few words before we eat lunch?
Well, thank you. I'll see you guys next year.
Thank you.
Creator, grandfathers and grandmothers, and all four sacred directions, Father Sky and Mother Earth, I ask you to come and be with us today as we gather with the thoughts and our spirits here, acknowledging all who've come before us and all who are going to come after us, the two-legged, the four-legged, the finned and the winged ones, and the ones that crawl. We call upon all the medicine in this land to guide us to do the things that we need to do here in the best way that we can. Just want to ask the ancestors to make sure that all who've come here, that they make it home safely, and all those who are actually still on their way, that they get here safely as well. Just want to thank all of the teachings that have brought us to where we are today, and just want to pray for the continued good energy to build good relations and be our best selves. Just want to thank you for all who's shared and who's yet going to share.
If we can get the elders to come up first, looks like we're starting from this end over here. Okay, now that just about everybody's sitting down, I'm going to do some door prize tickets. And you could just raise your hand and I'll come to you. I didn't call it yet. Yeah. 479. You can either come up or I can bring something to you. 479. Eggie, did you want me to grab you something? Okay. Do you want a shirt, Eggie? I got a 2X up here, might be a bit big for a pink. Yeah, okay. 481. 481. Carl, what would you like, Carl? It's a jacket. I'm coming. You're welcome. Do you want? It's a medium. Will you fit a medium? Or do you want a shirt? You want it? Yeah. Okay. 490. 490. Pick a prize. I want this. I want that. 493. 'Those are cool. This is, if you felt like a shirt. 474. 474. All right, come up and pick a prize. Or I could pick something for you. Four, 5, 1. 4, 5, 1. Thank you. That's nice. Oh, look at this.
I got Everett's over there, cookies I come.
492. 492. Thank you. Four, 7, 7. Did you want me to just pick you something? Yeah, okay. Thank you. Four, 5, 4. Thank you. That's pretty, right? 4, 4, 8. You're welcome. 4, 4, 8. I don't know about this guy. For Everett. Oh, that looks cool. Thank you. 4, 6, 6. 4, 6, 6. Thank you. 4, 8, 6. 4, 8, 6. 4, 8, 5. 4, 8, 4. No, I'm not. Fish earrings. 4, 6, 9. 'Awesome, thank you. 4, 6, 9, yep. 4, 5, 5. 4, 8, 2.
And he didn't want to take the prize, so he can give it to somebody else.
Oh, okay.
Pick somebody else, or?
Do you want to pick something?
Okay.
4, 5, 3. Right on. Okay. Do you see something, or do you want me to? A bag? This bag or one of these bags? You're welcome. Four, 6, 4. It is Fisheries. Oh, yeah. 459. 459. 459. Nope. We'll leave it out. 462. Yeah, 459. Is that Badgers? Yeah. 475. 475. 467. 'Thought you guys were sleeping over there. Nobody was getting up. It's so quiet in here, I can't even get over that. Thank you. Four, 6, 1. 4, 6, 1. Not you? No. Okay, 461, 475. 487. I'm getting subliminal messages up here. I don't know. 487. Okay, pick something. Yep. 488. 488. 461, 475. 468. 471. 472. Thank you. 458. Four, 8, 3. Thank you. 483. 494. Thank you. That's you? Four, 9, 4. 483. 468. 461. 475. Okay, those are going. 480. 480. 476. Yay, Lena. Okay, I'll bring it down to you, Lena. Okay. 478. Teresa, I'll bring it over when I bring over Lena's. 445. 0. Okay, perfect. Okay, I got one more. 472. 472. Going once. You got it? Was it yours? No? Can you check Audrey's? Four, 8, 4. Nope. 472. 450. 450. That's you? Okay. You got a bag or a book? All right. Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Hey, Keith, online there? Can you hear me, Keith?
Oh, no, this is supposed to be muted, sorry.
Hey, everybody. I hope lunch was good and filling for you. Excellent job. Thank you to the cooks. They're hiding out in the kitchen there. So I've got Keith West here. He's going to be making a presentation. He's from Takla, and that's where the early stewards go to. They go right to the very top, right to where his community is. So he's going to talk about all the efforts that they've been doing to make the numbers bigger, the runs bigger, and all the hard work that the whole community does together. Okay, it's up to you, Keith. Can you hear me, Keith? Can you try to talk, Keith? Hey Keith, would you like a few minutes to gather everything? Because we can ask Christian to make his presentation before yours. I think that sounds fair for everybody's waiting, right? So, is Christian here? Oh, right here. Okay. So Christian's going to come up now before Keith, and he's going to talk about the horseback monitor training that's been going on the last couple months.
Hello?
Oh. Zach? Oh, okay. Is he gonna go?
Keith, you good to go?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Oh, am I good now? Are we all set in the meeting also?
Hi Keith, we're ready for you.
Yeah, thanks. So my name is Keith West of Tackla Nation. I'm the co-chair of the Early Stewart rebuilding process. We're a couple of years into our program, and our program ends in March of 2026. So we're at the point now where we're doing, we're drafting our final reports, and we've got quite a bit of things to go through. There's a lot of meetings we've had, and I've done presentations at a few workshops and conferences that I've attended, and I think our process is going along really well. So the Upper Fraser Fisheries Conservation Alliance have two recovery efforts on the go, and one of them is ours with the Early Stewart. And then I'm also involved with the Spring 5-2 Chinook recovery planning as well. But there are two different processes. And this is a presentation I gave last month to the UFFCA in Williams Lake. You can go to the next slide. Well, actually, I can do it. So LETSODA is what our process name is. Early Stewart Sockeye Stewardship Planning. And it's one of the 4 PSSI pilot projects looking to inform collaborative recovery planning. It's funded, like I said, until March 31st, 2026. And what our team consists of are 5 nations that are up in the north. So in the terminal areas of where the Early Stewart come and spawn. So Binche within is represented by Dwayne Martin, Kevin, I can't remember his last name, he just joined us. And Yakuchi First Nation by partner Shelky and Lisa Wilson. Nakasley Within, represented by Pete Erickson and Rosemary Sam, and myself from Takla Nation, as well as Corey Williamson. And then from Glasden Nation, we have Kirby Johnny and Ron Windsor. And from the UFFCA, we have Gord and Linda. And then my co-chair from Department of Fisheries and Oceans is Terry Ridley. And then we also got two people from two different offices representing the province. So Luke Turcott is out of the Prince George office, and John DeGagne is out of the Vanderhoof office, and they're both representing the province in this process. Let's Oda, how we work together. Let's Oda is chaired by myself and Terry Ridley, like I said, from DFO. The team meets approximately every 2 weeks to review all expected work and to keep the process moving. We're kind of slowed down right now because everybody's in the field, and mostly we're just compiling our stuff for our final report. So in terms of reference was developed, that includes key principles such as centering Indigenous values and ways of knowing and approaching stewardship and rebuilding from the perspective of reciprocity and connection. All voices at the table are important, and the space is held for those who have no voice: the salmon, the land, the waters, and the wildlife, etc. So we have we've been really inclusive of everybody that wanted to have a say in our process, and we've been all ears, and I'm really looking forward to feedback from this workshop. So the vision, our vision was a return to the smokehouse. So life is abundant. There's salmon to provide for the trees, mycelium networks, plants, insects, animals. Our weirs are in the water. Our smokehouses are full. Families are camping. Children are playing in the water, and the smoke gently covers our lakes and rivers. So up in the north, we have we preserve our salmon by smoking, and that has been really noticeably absent in the last, I would say, 30 years. And so our rebuilding process really wanted to revitalize the smokehouse culture within our communities in the north, and I think it's taken on a really positive feedback from Nakasley. They're actually building 2 smokehouses. The communities that want to do fish this year. I don't know. You guys might have heard that the early stewards are coming back in numbers that we haven't seen since the 1990s, and it's kind of exciting to be witnessing that. We haven't seen those sort of numbers since for a long time up here. And our goals of our process are to have resilient populations of tallow, which are salmon that contribute to a healthy ecosystem, healthy and collected waters, and land and waters that sustain a diversity of respect and consideration of Indigenous responsibility, traditional knowledge, new ideas, and scientific information to inform decisions and actions. And a vibrant smokehouse culture that connects our family, salmon, and the land. So the third bullet in that our goals is to respect and consideration of Indigenous responsibility. We have Indigenous responsibilities that And we noticed that our legislative process and regulatory process do not consider haven't considered those in the past, but in our process we want to be inclusive with when decisions are made and legislative processes and regulatory process are made, that they have our indigenous I guess our indigenous inherent right that we have to oversee our stewardship activities. What we've done so far, we have attended Visions Conference, First Nations Fisheries Council Conference, Pacific Salmon Foundation, and the First Nations Fishery Council Salmon Recovery Conference in Vancouver. And we tried to do a presentation to you guys last few months ago, but it really didn't work out. And we expanded limnology work on Takla and Trembler Lakes. Several new mooring buoys have been installed. Last week we finished them off, and we're doing training of all our First Nations up here to do. We're doing a connectivity program this summer that's looking at all the crossings all over the north here, which includes all like resource roads and railroads and stuff like that. And in our initial work, what we've done, so we went from the bottom of Stewart Lake all the way to the top of Takla Lake, and we identified about 47,000 stream crossings that have been put in so far. And we're going through processes now to where we're doing the whittling them down to the most important ones. And our guys have been in the field for about a week now, and I think we have 73 days marked to look at all the culverts that are really important and do a culvert assessment on them. We've held an Indigenous knowledge workshop, conducted a threats assessment using the RAMS process, but it wasn't really, it was like more of we modified it to where it was suitable to our needs, because the RAMS process didn't take into consideration the long migration corridors and all the other things that were affecting the early stewards. And we started a study to inform enhancement planning, which is really, really good. Few of these nations up here, including Takla and Naka, before the big bar slide happened, we knew these fish needed a little help, so we started little hatcheries up in a box up here. We were helped by the Okanagan Nation Alliance in designing these little hatcheries, and they've been really, really good for communities, and our community involvement is growing more and more with these hatcheries. And now we're starting the enhancement planning, and we've got a really good head start on that. And genetic analysis is ongoing. We're using all these information to inform our field plans for even this year, which is really, really good. We got a lot of people help. We took part in a structured decision-making process to help prioritize actions and how to evaluate them. So we hired a third party to come and look at our process, and they took our whole process away. And then they came back, and we co-developed a process where we can actually make structured decision-making processes out of them. And we held community meetings and provided presentations in community to discuss various aspects of this project. And we've got nothing but really good feedback from all the communities up north. In this winter, when we're almost completed the final project, we're going to present to some of the municipalities up north here, like Fort St. James and Vanderhoof and Prince George, present at their council meetings, which is kind of exciting. The next steps, we will jointly build an evergreen plan that provides guidance to protect and rebuild early Stuart sockeye. And then
Hey Keith, can you hear us? If you can, maybe turn the picture off on your phone and maybe you'll unfreeze. So I did want to tell you a little story about Keith. A couple years ago in 2019 and 2020, I was working on the fish wheel out in Big Bar. And in 2021, we brought it here to Lillooet, so we didn't have to travel so far with the adults of the Stuart run, so we could get their eggs and their sperm. So we didn't want to truck them all over the place. So instead of bringing them from Big Bar to a hatchery, we brought the wheels to here. Shekawash gave us permission, and so we had the fish wheel running there in the summer of 2021. Keith and a few of his co-workers came down from Takla, and they came on the wheel, and they're like, "What is this? What is this?" They never even seen a Stuart that was silver before. They've only ever seen them red. It was so shocking to them to see a bright, healthy silver early Stuart. It was very shocking to him, and that was one of the stories I'll never forget. Because they were on their way down to Chilliwack, so they stopped here for a night so they could see what all kind of goes on down the river all the way. And that's when they got the idea to start running their own hatchery. So I'll see if he's online again. Are you there, Keith?
I am again, yeah.
Okay. You can take back over. I was just telling them about when you got to see the early Stuarts when they were silver.
Yeah, that was really exciting. So one of the things we did when we were doing collecting eggs is go down to below the Big Bar. So at what community we got to see the salmon that slated for Cultus Lake. So we were really involved in all of those processes, which is really good for a few of our technicians, and it was really nice to see the salmon. I've never seen them below home, I guess. but to see them down there was really nice. They're beautiful fish. Do you have any questions from anybody?
Good afternoon, Keith. My name is Gerald Michelle. I'm a counselor, fisheries representative for Houston community down here in the Statlam Nation. My question is concerning logging. Recall getting visits from Sturt Lake people who complained about logging companies blowing up beaver dams, people having to camp in logging cut blocks to stop the logging companies from spraying glyphosate in the cut blocks. Yeah, since 2004, changes to the Forestry Act replaced by the Forest and Range Practices Act, allowing loggers closer access to the riparian. I feel they've been having big impacts warming up the waters. I'm just wondering if you have the problems up there, what I'm mentioning, where they're logging the streams and impacting the waters that the salmon use.
Yeah, so one of the things we identified and was logging right off the bat. So one of the first things we did as a group is we invited the province into our group, and a lot of those things got brought up as issues. It's like all of these communities up north are really resilient, and they don't let people spray. Up in the north, we heard it was going on down in Prince George, and everybody was up in arms about them spraying. And a few communities actually went out to the logging camps and actually stopped the helicopters from spraying the glyphosate or whatever it's called. It was a really contentious issue up here, and they don't spray in any of our traditional areas anymore. So north of Fort St. James, and the riparian zones where the province sets out regulations, and so that's where we were trying to make impact in the regulatory process. We have had some success working with individual nations, working with individual logging companies. So the Glasden Nation and TACLA both have agreements with CANFOR, and they agreed to a lot of standards that TACLA had made a document called the Best Practices in Logging, and CANFOR actually adheres to it, which is kind of unheard of, but it's those kind of interactions that make the difference for salmon to come back to these streams. And now with our connectivity program, what we plan to do with that is do the assessment first this year, and then actually have a 5-year rolling plan where we look at 20% of the connectivity aspects of the culverts and stuff. So we're going to be doing a rolling plan every 5 years with the province and all 5 communities and DFO. We're going to make up a document that looks after the streams and going out to logging blocks and stuff like that. So it is an issue, and but I think it's been being dealt with as I would say on an ongoing basis from way back in like early 2000s, I guess.
Thank you. Does anybody else have any questions?
Thank you for your presentation. Michelle Edwards. I work with the Statliam Chiefs Council, former chief of the Shekelwash and Kikaitan communities. And when I started in fisheries, it was about 1994. And one of my first fisheries meetings was over in Kamloops at the old residential school. And I was just getting involved. And one of the first things I heard was an elder, probably from around your community. And they called in to talk to us about the early Stewart and that they hadn't been fishing them and weren't getting fish and how they missed that. And, you know, they couldn't pass on teachings to their children. They couldn't practice their ways. And I think that really impacted probably my journey in life on how I approached natural resource management. And so I'm glad that, you know, there is a good return that's coming your way. I stopped at the river yesterday and, you know, said prayers, welcomed them, and really hope that there's water in the creeks so that they're welcome home properly and that drought is a concern. You may have a lot of fish, but they need to be able to get home. So I understand the access management planning that you want to do, and I'm going to encourage, I guess it'd be Becky and even myself at the Statliam Chiefs Council and leadership, that we start meeting more with the technical people so we can develop these plans for the salmon when they're on their journey on, you know, is there habitat for them? Is there food for them? You know, is there going to be enough for the bears and the beavers, the otters, the people, for the land, for the trees, for the plants? Because that's what we need to start looking at. What do we need? It's unfortunate that we have to use hatcheries, but that's what we have to use right now till we get those numbers back up, and when we can withdraw them. Right? We shouldn't always need a, you know, little hatchery in a box to be bringing salmon back. We've been successful at removing fish farms out in the ocean, which were a really big impact to the babies. Now the babies are coming home. And, you know, and grateful for that. So I'm hoping that through the Intertribal Fishing Treaty, which we're going to get back again, which was a great place for a discussion, that we start planning together again. We don't need DFO in the room. We can let them know how to do their job, but we can't do it for them. You know, they're getting budget cuts, so you could imagine what's going to happen. So time is now for us to step in and especially help your nation. If you haven't had fish for years, that's a problem. If your elders can't teach their grandchildren how to fish, that's a problem. If they can't teach them the language that goes with fishing, that's a problem, and we need to be able to help you with that, Cookstem.
Yeah, thanks. That was all really great, and it's we were really inclusive of including all of that in our planning. I think our First Nations, our Indigenous knowledge report is available, and I can send it to Becky if she wants, and then you can have a look at that. But those sort of things were all identified in by elders and membership. It was really a chance for members to come in and be part of a process, which has really never ever happened. DFO always, still to this day, they make plans and everything without with barely any consideration of the people way up north. We have pretty much the last kick at the can sort of thing. And the fish that make it up here are really, really resilient because they've survived through a lot just to get home. And like you said, like the drought situation, we've had drought up here for a number of years, but this year everything is really lining up. We've had a really cool summer. Um, the water in Stewart Lake is still pretty high. I'm sitting outside Stewart Lake right now, and it's still pretty high for this time of year, which is really nice. And it's the same thing up in Takla. We've had cool, wet summers, and we still have actually some snow on the mountain for the mountain animals for later in the year, which is really important to us as well. And the piece about the language and the culture is really, really important, and that's one of the major aspects of our rebuilding plan. It's to bring back a smokehouse culture where, and because we believe that where the smokehouse is where we managed our animals from. A lot of that was, and that's where knowledge gets passed down is at the smokehouse, and that's where families get together, and it's usually a joyous time because they're making preparations to store your winter food in that smokehouse setting. So all of that is really important, and thanks for your comment.
Kaswalalap, Denise Anton and Squachicha Hadi from the Nakazi Wooten, as well as from the Stallion Nation. I work for the Papetla Council for Ticket, and I'm so glad that you're able to do that you're getting fish back. I was there with my grandmother, Sezecho, and great grandma, Alu. So this is really emotional for me, and I really appreciate it, what you're doing up there. And thank you very much. And we're doing as much as we can here. And I just like to say, Masecho, Cooksham.
Yeah, you're very welcome, and it's and this process has been, I must say, has been really, really emotional for everybody involved, especially when, like up north here, our communities have lost so much due to the pandemic and the opioid crisis, and we still have a vision for the future. Is what we're really working hard for, and it's really emotional, and it's really, really important work. Like I think we all agree on, and it's really gratifying at the end of the day to know that we are actually making a difference to other nations and to especially to the fish and to the land, and that's our main goal is to have a healthy ecosystem which provides for us, and that's what we were taught, and that's how it should be. And it is emotional because those linkages all got broken with colonization, but we're trying to bring them back through a process. But the process is even during the process, our communities are connecting again, and we're all happy to see each other, and especially with the fish coming back. Like everybody's really happy up north, and it's good times right now.
That's wonderful. Does anybody else have any comments or questions?
Good afternoon, Keith. Sharon Joseph from Bridge River.
I just wanted to tell you a story I put on Facebook not long ago. We were down here fishing down by the mouth of Bridge River. There was quite a bit of us. This is the early Stewart run. We took no food with us. We were getting hungry. One guy goes and makes a fire. Another guy goes, gets wood to spread the fish open to cook it over the open flame. Well, we ate that fish. We had no forks, no plates, no salt. I decide to look up on the highway. There's tourists looking down at us with binoculars, watching us eat that fish. And that was pretty much the last time I had early Stewart run. That must have been about 84, 85. I just wanted to pass that story on to you.
Yeah, that's really good. Like, we have, so when we did our Indigenous Knowledge Workshop, we had stories like that where elders would be talking about that and remembering times when they'd be just out of reach from their grandma's breath, like these, where they were having fun but doing still hard work and making their food for survival, and it really touched a lot of people when those stories came out. And once they start coming out, there's a lot of stories like that, and a lot of people sharing, and it opened up a lot of new discussion, and just how vibrant an actual smokehouse culture is. Like it really makes a difference to a community when everybody has a small part in doing something, and it's important to individual families that they're able to do things like that, and it's so nice to gather. One of the stories was them doing the same thing on the side of, like, on the riverbank, watching salmon go by, but these guys were eating a little grouse that they had caught earlier in the day, and they were wondering where them salmon went. And when they followed the salmon up the river, they seen an elder that was moving trees with so that the salmon can get by, making them a little trail where they could go in the middle of the creek instead of on the side, and things like that. They were saying. So it's really salmon really connect communities and individual families, and it's so nice to be able for them to provide happiness and development of friendships and stuff like that. It's really nice.
Hello, Casper Jack, Hoystenmuch from the Stotlium Nation. I'm just curious if it was ever propositioned that we catch some of these Stewart Lake fish and bring it up there, and instead of bypassing all these reserves and other tributaries, that ways that we could restock or help restock your main river. Is it drop them off at the mouth of the main river that you guys have? I mean, I imagine there are some people that are maybe harvesting too many down our end, in between the Fraser mouth always up to where you are. It'd be I know if it's viable.
Yeah, I don't know. Just eat them. Like some of the planning that's going on here. We never expected this many fish. Like we were really skeptical that there were going to be any at all. But there's like I don't know, 200 or 300% more than even their P50 number, and it's unreal. Like um, at, at our last meeting, so part of our group we were talking around about how we're gonna share fish or people want to come to Nakasley and get their salmon from Takla and stuff like that. So those things are ongoing, and I think just having a really healthy early steward run would alleviate a lot of problems that we had in the past. I think the fish farm one is a big one, and there are a lot of unknowns. So after the fish leave here, like there's a lot of work up that needs to happen up north here that DFO has neglected to do in the last 20 or 30 years that we've been pushing for. Like they would have known um, that they might have had a good run if they pay attention to the out migration and how that all plays into their management. Not like none of that work has been done in many years, and we have the willingness to do it up here, but DFO still doesn't want to fund the programs, and they think it's not feasible. All they do is like stream counts and helicopter flights, and that's just not really not good enough in their on their end how they're managing it, and we want to actually tighten up them management scenarios and where we have actual numbers that are going out and having programming such as that to make better informed decisions, and we're not surprised by a big number coming back because I don't think anybody expected this at all, especially up north. We didn't expect any because of the big bar, and still it's gonna be like that for a couple more years, I think. So um, just keep keep it keeping the process going, keeping DFO's feet to the fire, and making sure that they're doing the work that they're obligated to do because they choose to be managers and not let us do our managing.
A comment. Hi, it's Michelle Tom from Hoyson. A comment that I heard earlier about the grandparents teaching. My grandparents never taught me anything. It was my stepdad who taught me fishing, and he also taught my brothers. So, well, I just wanted to share that.
Yeah, I think there's that sort of camaraderie within the communities up here too. A lot of the intergenerational things that happen, such as residential schools, broke these families, but the community really stepped up to help out the, I wouldn't say lost children, but there were children that were being not being caught because of like alcoholism and their parents being away from them, a lot of things. But the community stepped up and have made it possible for that knowledge to be passed on, either their grandparents. Most of the time it was their grandparents, but people like aunties and uncles and those that had the opportunity to help a family out, they always did, and it's I'm sure that's that way with every nation. It just nobody ever says that. It hasn't been brought up and stuff like that, but it is a real thing. That's how resiliency works, I guess. And these salmon they probably taught us that, just how to be resilient and how to be a community.
Hi, Keith. My name's Christian Aaronkeel. I work for the Papetla Council, and I was wondering, given that the projected number of early storts is a lot higher than what originally was predicted, I think lots of people are thinking to themselves, why exactly have we seen such a significant change this year? And I'm wondering what that conversation looks like up where you are. Like, what kinds of what are people thinking this major change is all about, particularly for someone like you who's been involved in this work for so long? What would you attribute this major change to that we're seeing this year?
I think it's just about the exposure that the early stewards have gotten in the last, like really seriously, the last 10 years. I think I've been doing my job now for 7 going on 8 years. And when I started, we had our communities were up in arms with DFO, and well, we were wondering what to do, and we approached Chief and Council with the proposition that we do our work and start a little hatchery. And it was without DFO's consent. They actually gave our community and Nakasley a really, really bad letter that telling us that we can't do this and we shouldn't do this. We were going to end up in court. But for TACLA's, from our nation's perspective, we started out with 1.5 fish. We grew 3,500 eggs our first year just to prove to DFO that we could do it. And we did. And right the next year, Big Bar happened, and well, our communities were well positioned to help in whatever way that they could. And it's a lot of everybody was up and down the Fraser, paid attention to the early stewards, and it's I think it's a combination of a lot of people just knowing and a lot of helping, and mostly it's the resiliency of the early steward themselves. I still don't have the final numbers and stuff like that from our hatcheries productions over the last number of years, but definitely there are going to be some of them that are marked. We mark our little fish with we clip the adipose off them, and we're kind of eager to see how many of them actually are hatchery, and a lot of that work is still ongoing, but I'm still really hesitant to say that it's going to be like that for next year as well, because well, next year's cycle, I think there were only 26 wild fish that came back, and the next year I think it was 80 in the whole system. That's like I don't know, 40 more than 40 streams that major streams that they spawning, but this year will be quite a bit more than 40, I guarantee it. And we'll just see how they disperse themselves up here. But a lot of there are a lot of unanswered questions, and I guess I would just have to say it's a combination of a whole bunch of different things happening all over the last 10 years. Stars lining up for this year, I guess.
Thank you. I just wanted to mention, I was just told that it's raining pretty hard outside. I know we're not used to that. And somebody said that there's a lot of people's windows are down. I noticed online, Chief Ina, you had a question or comments? Are you still online?
I am, thank
Okay,
you.
perfect.
I just have a comment. I got some comments. So I just want to thank you, Keith, for sharing about your smokehouse culture and some of the history of the struggles with the fishery up north. Your stories that you share, it helps us to bring awareness to our people of the reasons for some of these closures over the past 40 years that I can recall as a young person. I can recall the closures, and a lot of times our people are not understanding or are not aware why we don't fish the early Stewart. But with you sharing your stories about the smokehouse culture, it really helps to bring that awareness. So I just want to thank you, and I'm really glad to hear the positive outcomes that are happening now. So thank you.
Yep, thank you.
Awesome. Anybody else? Well, nobody else is going to ask any questions, so I just wanted to make sure that I thank you with all my heart for all the hard work that you do up there, Keith. And let's keep in touch, and maybe we'll have technical meetings coming up soon, and I'll definitely invite you along.
Yep, thank you.
Thank you for sharing.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you for presenting.
Yes. Yep, have a good day, guys. Thank you.
Good job. That was pretty awesome. So for sure this time, it's going to be, Christian and Cheryl are going to come up and share about the horseback monitor training.
All right. Well, hello, everybody. For those of you that don't know me, my name is Christian Ehrenkiel. I'm the Director of Operations for the Papetla Council. And today, my colleague and I, Cheryl, are going to present a bit about the horse training program that we've been running this summer. But I'll go ahead and let Cheryl introduce herself as well.
Thanks, Christian. Nice to see you all here. My name is Cheryl Blair. For those that don't know me, I'm Senior Biologist and Wildlife Manager for Split Rock Environmental Saquash.
So just going to provide a little bit of a, we don't have a slideshow. We will show some photos during the question period so you can see what some of our trainees have been doing over the course of the summer. But for now, we'll just kind of go through how this program has gone, what it's all about. Just as a brief overview, so it's a training program specifically to build the skill set of young people in community on stewardship activities, like things that our environmental technicians do, as well as our guardians. But really primarily it was to build skill sets around riding horses and being able to utilize horses as a part of the field work to get into places that are no longer road accessible, to get into places that were never road accessible, and to transport people and gear into places where they can stay and monitor wildlife and other things. So that was some of the thinking. And so the funding for this was provided through the province of BC through their guardians training funds. That's a brand new funding source that just came out last fiscal year, and it sounds like there's plans to keep that going. But at that point, I'm going to hand it over to Cheryl, who really was the originator of a lot of the idea behind this program, to explain some of the needs that she saw in the field that kind of led to the creation of this program.
Yeah, so I won't go. Hi, Cook Me Michelle, laughing at me. Without going into on and on, there's actually quite a bit of inspiration that was the beginning of this program, and we kept building on it from there. So started pretty small out in the Duffy Corridor and the watersheds that have been really heavily impacted by industry, forestry, mining, etc. And that really over the past, at least a couple decades, recreational traffic, especially from the lower mainland, with the 4x4 Motor Association has really taken it over and not only kept those roads open, a lot of them are illegal, and even though they weren't put to bed properly, they were reclaiming themselves at one point, and they just get continuously blown open. Those roads are overlay in the middle of the critically endangered Steinhatlatch grizzly bears. In particular, through the Duffy Corridor and on the Tixas Creek side is the critically endangered female grizzly bears, to which we know at this point through DNA analysis, etc. There's 3 remaining reproducing bears in this population. So most of those roads really run through and impact critical, these female grizzly bears that need the spring habitat and spaces for rearing of any young that they might have, cubs, yearlings, etc. We know that roads are responsible for the majority across Alberta and BC of grizzly bear deaths. Up into about 90% of grizzly deaths are a result of poaching, displacement, fragmentation, etc. of these roads. The roads and the users, not so much the roads, but the users that come up with the motorized traffic, displace these bears out of their functional habitat. And in springtime, where habitat is already limited to feed their young, it becomes even less. Testing. If I had a time limit, you could have just let me know. So it's not just the grizzly bears, it's the lands, the waters, these watersheds. We've also been doing climate resilience, a lot of hydrology monitoring. For grizzly bears in particular, we look at habitat, DNA, road access, road density. There comes a threshold of access where the bears, the viability of the habitat, the health of it starts to really decline when it's been fragmented to the point where it's no longer supporting those healthy plants, berries, everything else that the grizzly bears forage on. So this project, when I first started this project, and it was with mesocarnivores too, with all the smaller carnivores, etc., plus amphibians, reptiles, and the grizzly bears. It was really notable how much this habitat throughout the Duffy Corridor and the Coast Mountains is really bisected by roads. And so we were using trucks at first with the idea that we could get into hiking, but In the alpine and subalpine of these really special places, some of them have been bisected roads, but over the years, as we're trying to hike up and you know, the sheer amount of time that it takes to take young technicians, seasoned monitors, et cetera, out on the landscape, get them into the program and gather data, grizzly bears are running out of time with the amount of data that we needed to collect and knowledge from knowledge keepers, elders, from everyone else that know these lands. They're running out of time relative to what the work that we needed to do to get that data onto mapping and push the provincial government to close access. Not to members of the Chatelaine, because we want that access strategic for things like harvesting, whether it's hunting, berry picking, etc., but definitely not to outsiders of the 604 who just come in from weekend warriors and overrun these roads and end up really impacting habitat. So the way that we wanted to get out there in a good way that's healthy is reconnecting to the land. Some of it will be hiking. The way to do it is move through the landscape with the horses. Part of this monitoring program, as Christian had mentioned, it's multifaceted. We'll talk about that a little more. But it fits more, too, with the learning on the land. Instead of blowing up into a watershed as quick as you can and getting the data, you don't learn as much. The land has a lot to teach. The grizzly bears have a lot to teach. And moving on horses across the landscape in a way that's way less impactful also provides a learning opportunity and reconnection to the land for the health of people out there and the horses and also the animals in general. And bears. Thank you.
Okay, so to give you all an idea of what exactly this program's looked like for the summer, so we have a group of 8 trainees, and they've been with us for 7 or 8 weeks now. The total program is about 13 weeks, and so what we did was we had a lot of interest in this program, which was tremendous, and so we were able to fill the program entirely with Statlium applicants, and so we've got mostly young people from a variety of communities, and so we've been able to take that group of 8 and we essentially split them into 2 groups of 4, and so on a week-to-week basis, 4 of our trainees would be assigned to doing the horse training, which is being facilitated by Dugan Montjoy, and then the other 4 are split into pairs of 2 and placed with either the Split Rock environmental technicians or the Papate Guardians crew. So the purpose of that is to give all the trainees a variety of experiences across our crews, as well as to doing it that way allowed us to have a bigger cohort, so to make this training available to a larger group of people, but get around some of the limitations we had for how many people we could train on a horse all at once. So for this year, the limit that we put is 4 people at a time can do training with horses, while that allows Dugan to give the proper attention he needs to each of these trainees, as well as to provide the necessary horses and gear. And so by switching off that way, it allowed us to essentially double the size of this cohort, and also give them a greater variety of experiences. And so that's how we've run the program, and we've alternated between those things all the way through. And so in addition to the horse training as well as the shadowing, we've also done a wilderness first aid training with the group. So they did that for 4 days. That was last month, to give them some of the necessary skills they would need in case one of them during the program was to get injured in the field, as well as to help prepare them for future opportunities. Because ultimately the goal of this was to create a greater pool, particularly of young people who felt comfortable on horseback, who had some exposure to different kinds of sampling in the field, so that as they go about figuring out what they want to do and what kind of work they'd want to do, they have this skill set that they can bring to that work, and it enables us, like Cheryl and I, as folks who manage programs, to have a pool of younger people that we can go to. So as we try to incorporate horseback riding into our programs, we know that we have people who have the skills that they need to do that. And I should say at this point too that we drew a tremendous amount of inspiration from the Range Riders program that's operated in Hocklip for many, many years, quite effectively. And so when we thought about how we would be able to replicate some of their success, one of the barriers we ran into was having a group of people, particularly young people, who we could train up to do that kind of work in the future. So So that's why we structured it the way we did, so that they could get exposure to a variety of different things, and really, at the core of it, build that comfort on horseback. So Cheryl's going to describe a bit more about the kinds of stuff they've been doing with the Split Rock team this summer. I may add a few things as well about what they've gotten to do with the Guardians program, just to give you all a sense of what that part of the training program has looked like.
So with the Split Rock team, the monitoring cohort's been doing a number of things centered around watershed, land health, and wildlife, and grizzly bears, of course. So they're learning how to set wildlife cameras. So currently I have 70 wildlife cameras. I have for years, the same number maintained for almost, I guess, 8 years across the landscape, and that's tracking, getting ideas, seasonal movements, tracking on critical areas that they're using that translate into protected areas in the future for the grizzly bears. We're getting DNA in a non-invasive way, so we learn female movements and then get ahead of her for the next year. Put a nice little rub tree up, put a little bit of smelly stuff on it, and then you get all the rubbing where she's thoroughly enjoying her back scratching on the tree. And then she teaches her cubs, and we get to see her cubs on camera. We've gotten DNA off the cubs who have just been on the landscape for not too long. That helps us determine how many bears and who's on the landscape still, and whether or not all of the efforts that we're putting in to protect the lands, steward the lands, and try to help them recover to a sustainable population, whether it's working or not. And so we do that. We've trained them on DNA. We've trained them on a lot of plants, and they're learning in Shatlium names, and they're learning from knowledge keepers as well. And we go out onto the landscape and we look at the grizzly bear foods and the habitat patches, which often overlap, obviously, with the Shatlium patches, because grizzly bears taught everyone how to eat. So that's exciting for them. And we've had them hiking up. I've had them hiking up into the Alpine on, gorgeous days where they've never been before, and they're taking photos with like massive smiles and joy, which is everything, and that's the reward, and running a program like this. They're learning on all kinds of ways. They're learning all kinds of ways of knowing, ways of learning. They were learning some Western science along with that. That's critical to kind of look at hydrology in a watershed and what's the ability of that watershed to maintain water for health and to grow plants and in climate resiliency, and what's supporting the trout up there and other food and the beavers. We're teaching them about beavers. We just did surveys the other morning. We're talking about putting beavers back on the landscape. We're setting up for that in some of these watersheds where we've done assessments already, so they'll get a handle on that and then potentially see beavers in one family in their new home in efforts to improve water retention, and that's in grizzly bear habitat in the back of one of the watersheds. So they're getting lots of wildlife exposure, but lots of environmental monitoring, and then they also are learning a lot of knowledge, and they're also a big part of the teaching too, and they teach each other, and they teach who's ever out there mentoring like myself or other people, and it's really a knowledge sharing experience as well, which has been really unique and special. Sorry. I get pretty emotional about this. There was one morning that they got to enjoy with a few number of bears. They got to see one of the female grizzlies came out. We had all done an intention by the truck that morning and keep the critters safe and the grizzly bears safe and the team safe. And she was way up in the avalanche chute, and she knew we were there. She kind of acknowledged us, almost like a little head nod, I swear. And she just put her head down and kept foraging, and we watched her for a minute, and then we left her alone because she needs that space and she needs that time. So they're learning that this is their time. This is time for mama to recover. This is time for her to take care of her young. And they're learning things like that too, that, sometimes it's humans' time and sometimes it's not. And they appreciate that, and I think that they're learning a lot. They seem pretty happy with this. Half of the cohort went out to Graveyard Valley on Thursday, or they left Wednesday morning with Dugan. And they came back yesterday, and there's some of the folks community members from Schwalf and from Silcoteen, and it wasn't the formal gathering, but they went up and they went to the monument, and they hung out with everybody for 5 days and 4 nights, and I thought we're going to hear all about it tomorrow, but I was in touch with them over satellite, and they were such joy and just a massively amazing experience, and that's the kind of thing that we want to train on the landscape. And we didn't mention a lot about Dugan. Dugan Montjoy was hand selected, obviously, out of getting to know him over the years. Obviously, amazing wealth of knowledge, amazing guy, amazing person with the horses, and he's teaching them. They have a lot of respect for him now, even the ones that didn't know him, and he's a good part of this program. I'd like to, when advancing into the next years to come, and what this will look like, definitely want him coming along as, advanced horse skills, but also just guide in the backcountry and traditional knowledge in the backcountry that he holds. So that's the sort of the Split Rock side of it.
I'll just quickly add that with the Papela Guardians, the trainees have gotten a variety of experiences, including getting to be involved in some archaeology, as well as doing some of the camera monitoring that the Guardians have been doing for a number of years. But I also wanted to mention that the actual horse training itself has kind of progressed from basic skills in riding, done in the paddock, to skills around packing with horses, moving horses through more and more difficult terrain, shoeing horses, horse care, all of those things that you'd need to be able to do to take a horse into the backcountry for multiple days. That's what Dugan's aim to impart on this crew, so that they would be comfortable doing it. And he's done so by just providing that exposure on the horses to them throughout the summer. So they've now arrived at the point where they get to put those skills to use in trips like Graveyard Valley. And to kind of wrap our presentation, we're going to discuss what the rest of this program is going to look like, and then also next steps beyond the end of this program in terms of what possibilities exist to replicate this, as well as how we would like to kind of work with this group of trainees that we've had on for the summer, and hopefully provide ongoing opportunities. We also hope that other Statlium communities that are that are putting together their technical field seasons would keep this in mind and know that this skill and knowledge base is out there, and hopefully incorporate that into their own field program, so that folks who are interested in this and have dedicated themselves to learning this skill set can find meaningful work and can kind of bring that to the table for what other programs are doing as well. So as far as next steps, I'll just start with through the rest of the summer, the group has now progressed beyond having to do the riding close to home in the paddock. So we expect for the rest of the summer, rides are going to get longer. They're going to be happening in more and more remote places. Graveyard Valley was a great opportunity to operate in a remote area where they're not close to help, so they have to take special care in how they operate. And they'll also be going into places that require more and more challenging riding. So we're expecting to do at least one overnight trip up to Moon Lake in the kind of Town Creek watershed. And we'll be figuring out some of our other longer day trips as well as overnights for the rest of the summer. But the aim is to take them on progressively more difficult rides, and also to start going to some of these places where we see, or where we would like some of this horse monitoring to start taking place, including some of the watersheds in the Duffy Lake corridor, and starting to explore where it makes sense to bring the horses, where it doesn't make as much sense to bring the horses, and what kind of skills the group will continue to need to build in order to access those places in the future. But I'll also hand it over to Cheryl to share some insights into like where how these skills might be employed in the future through Split Rock's program, but also perhaps where you might see these skills being employed elsewhere, or what you think the possibilities are.
No pressure. So ongoing into the future, I mean, the vision for this is that we just keep building, whether it's the cohort that exists now, the original cohort, or more people that are interested. And when we say youth, that's still, 40 is a new 30, isn't that the truth? So I think, it's up to, so far, and we don't discriminate with age. So I think the oldest person we have so far is 35 in the cohort. So it's not, and 22 might be the youngest. So it's an age range, but it's definitely not restricted by age. And so really it's just to get more and more people who want to be there. Over the years, I've been working with Statlium for 20 years, and oh geez, I want to go back to land, or I really wish I got to do that again, or I used to do this. And it's a real opportunity for people to, I think, engage that way, and also help the youth or the semi-youth engage in that way and get them back out into the landscape. So as I mentioned before, Dugan's really stoked over this. He wants to move forward in next steps in training. So after this program is done, I'm hoping to, it'll be a hard decision this year. I've got a couple of spots open, take at least 2 of the cohorts, maybe able to make it like maybe 3 people out of it, but also to know, have the vision for next year and years moving, and then, applying for more grants, more money, et cetera, to support more people moving back out on land in the role of guardian, in the role of stewardship, just in the way of title and having, stewarding over Chatelium's own lands. So that's really the overall vision, of course encompassed in understanding, I can only speak in the Checkwash AOR and Papetla because we've been working on some things together, but especially in terms of the grizzly bear, just looking at the health of those watersheds and restoring them back to a place that supports not only grizzly bear, but it's grizzly bear and the people. They forage and harvest in the same places. So it is food security, not just for grizzly bears and other wildlife, it's food security for Chatelium. And so that's really like the return of proper stewardship to health in the land and water in the waters is probably the overarching massive goal moving forward. And yeah, reconnecting to these beautiful spaces with animals that have the heart in the right place, who better to take up there. So yeah, that's kind of long-term vision. I also want to mention before we wrap up, I realized that part of the training too with each of the cohorts, and this is each of the teams, I call them cohorts, team, whatever you want to use. When we split them up, every time they come through Split Rock, I redo grizzly bear training just so everyone's aware that they get in-depth grizzly bear training. I go through scenarios every time. They know how to use bear spray properly if it comes to it. They know it's a last resort, that there's so many things that you can do beforehand, that learning bear behavior is really important, how you act around bears, and that it's not, instead of being sort of aggressive, you learn to read their behavior and then you leave because they tell you that you're not welcome right now. You're not invited for coffee this morning, so you need to go. They're eating or foraging. So it's about learning respect, that level of respect with the wildlife and with those bears. They always, always, always have the right of way. They always have the place first. And so just to reassure everyone that yes, we actually do go out and seek grizzly bears, but we also learn a lot in that process, and I don't send anyone out there who doesn't have a handle on that. So safety is also our primary thing before everything else. Just to make that clear, it's really important to say that safety is overarching for the program as well. Yeah, I think that's about the wrap for now. Show a few photos.
Yeah, we're ready for questions. And then Peter, if you wanted to throw up, we don't have a ton of photos, but we got some photos that will show behind us as we go ahead and answer questions. Gasper?
Gasper Jack Hoyston. I'm curious if you have first aid on hand, and if you have satellite availability in case of an emergency.
Yeah, that's a great question. That goes right up there with first aid. So we have OFA 3s on our team. We have intermediate, and we also have the wilderness first aids. We carry intermediate first aid packs, even on the horses. And then we have Zolios that they can communicate, and even out in graveyard, I had them checking in every 4 hours for the whole 5 days, worked through the weekend, got the check-ins. If there's something, they can, I don't know if anyone's ever used Zolio, it's like a spotter and inReach, but you use it, if you're hooked up to it, you just text, and it sends a message through as text. And then the other new thing that some of us like to go to the backcountry still to disappear, and there's a new thing with iPhones where it hooks up to satellite, so you can't hide as well anymore anyway, where it sends the message right away through satellite, so I talk to them that way as well. So we've got the whole safety strategy, what happens, what did missed check-ins look like, when do we think about sending search and rescue, if it's way up in the mountains, we've got some steps in between that. But yeah, we go through safety every single morning, we do our tailboards, and we continuously revisit the plan and make sure that everybody's on board. If people don't have communication devices and they don't know how to communicate, they can't be in the field. That's like the #1 priority.
Two other I was wondering if you increase your terms of reference for all the newbies and code of ethics as to how to conduct oneself.
Yeah, that was, I mean, that was one of the new things to navigate with this program, particularly with the introduction of the horses, right? So one of our primary concerns was like, how do we make sure that the group is working with horses in a good way? And you know, we really leaned on our instructor to monitor that. So Dugan's really done the lion's share in working with the group and making sure and monitoring that. You know, when they're working with the horses, it's not only about their skill set, but it's also about their attitude and the emotions they bring to a given riding session, and making sure that everybody is safe. So the way that we really went about that way was having these discussions before we even started the program, and making sure that that was prioritized and emphasized around, you know, when we're looking at how the group is doing. Really the number one priority is making sure that they are not only comfortable around the horses in terms of their skill set, but also that they're coming to the horse training with, you know, the appropriate knowledge, but also, you know, mindset, so that, you know, we don't have issues with horses being mistreated or putting horses in dangerous situations when folks are, you know, perhaps just not in the right mood even. So that's how we've gone about that for this program, Gasper, yeah.
Thank you for the presentation and what you're doing for the nation. It's good to see that. And so one thing I wanted to ask was, would you take them up into fair? It's just kind of a personal thing, because it's been closed off, but it'd be nice to see what's going on up there. And I think nice for a crew that's learning to go into a watershed that we've closed off for a little while and just see what the forest community's up to. But we're going up to the Chilcotin in probably like third week in September, and we'll do our visit with them, our days of sharing. And it'd be interesting if maybe a couple of your youth could come with us, because they do the same up there, horsemanship, and they're really trying to encourage their youth to get back out on the land and use it, and see if we can start planning how we would look after watersheds together, because I think that's where we need to get watershed planning, and you know, what's going on over here compared to what's going on over there, and really drive us to start bringing these watersheds back to life. You know, and maybe the grizzly bears are even going to show us that, right? Because, you know, and you've been working with them in our area of responsibility for years and been able to watch them, and I really respect now that you can step back and not have to know what's going on with them all the time. Right, because we shouldn't be interfering more than we need to. So I just really wanted to say, can you go into fair, and would you look at sending youth with us into the Chilcotin when we go up in third week in September? Hoekstem.
Thanks, Kukui Michelle. Yeah, absolutely, that fair is on the agenda for sure. We've had some extensive talks about that, you and I, how special that place is. One of the things with making sure the riders are ready, as Christian just mentioned, with Dugan's doing the lion's share with the horses and making sure that the cohort's working out with the horses, and then we're on the other side of that, making sure that they're learning and doing the work that's needed to be doing. So when they're out there, making sure that, you know, the observations and the care of the land are also the primary things, so that they can start to, in the years ahead, start to see the same thing in molybdenite that I saw, where that one trip up, where there's going to be small areas at a time. I hope it keeps going where I go up, and I feel like the energy is shifted, like there's a sigh of relief, and can't put it into words. It's just like, you know, that you don't need to be there anymore. That the one female that's in there, and she goes in, you know, she does roam around, but she doesn't need us in there anymore. It's recovering. We shut it down. The land's doing what it needs to do, and she's done what she needs to do, and it's just it's kind of breathtaking to reach that. I wish that was the story across the board, but it's not. There's a lot of work that we need to do to help the land and help these wildlife and grizzly bear recovery before it's time to step back, and we'll keep doing that. But fair is definitely on the agenda. So one of the ways that Dugan's really taking a look at things, Graveyard Valley is a long trip, but the terrain isn't as steep and rugged as it can be out across the Duffy and those watersheds in there. It's really quite something. If for everyone that's been up there, it's just a whole different landscape to learn and contend with. So Graveyard Valley was kind of like the initial trip into the backcountry and learning that. And as the team and the trainees get those more advanced skill sets under their belt, before the end of the training program is done, I'd like to start getting into, putting all the skills together now, all the skills that they've been learning in these different pockets, putting them all together, doing the monitoring, doing the guardian responsibilities, their own knowledge and observations on land, moving across safely, across challenging terrain on horseback, learning how to ride in grizzly bear country and disturb them as least as possible. We're there to help them, not to disturb them and displace them. And so fair is definitely on the list because it's no longer, it's difficult to even hike up into fair now, and that's great because of the land reclamation. There's a way to get up the long way though with a trail, and that hasn't probably been used for years, to my knowledge, years and years. So part of that will be reclaiming old trails, and those won't be revealed to outside of Chatelaine members, and reasons for being there. They're not recreational hiking trails. They're there for the land and for people who live here and who are part of the land. And so fair is definitely on the agenda. I can't wait to get on the horses out there to start doing this work and start leaving, vehicles and things like that behind, and also help with those, 12-hour hiking days when we do those. So absolutely, yeah.
Hi, Irvin here. 25 years ago, Kenny, my dad, and I, if you guys were trained by my dad, he just would plan on something and then go out and do it, eh? And so we started to clear the graveyard trail sometime during the, what's that? Yeah, I know.
Early.
We're clearing the graveyard trail and everything like this and all stuff like that. And then later on that summer, my dad and Bucky, they came along and decided to check out our work and see how we were doing. Well, unannounced to me, I'm there in my work boots and stirrups. They don't meet up very good, eh? So just tipping my toes, we're going to stirrups and everything like this, and this is my dad's orientation on riding a horse. Right, left, stop, go.
That's what I got too for horse riding when I was 8.
Yeah. So we're going up there and all stuff like that, and holy mokes. And we were going up there, and then finally I asked my dad and Bucky, we were passing the dam there, what are we doing today? Oh, we're going to go check out the graveyard trail. Oh, yeah. There were 3 horses and 3 of us, eh? So I was in the high 30s, maybe 40 years old, and I had this much horse riding experience. So we went up there and all stuff like that, and we did the loop from Camp 1 all the way up to Graveyard there. And we got to the top, and we got to the beginning of this one creek, and the cattle's made it a wallow, like a meter deep, like deep as this table here. So we were going through that wallow there and stuff like that, and Dad was in the lead, and I was behind Dad, and Bucky was behind me there and stuff like that. And first thing they told me when I got onto the horse, don't let the reins go, horse would run away home. So I'm there and also look at, and my dad's in front of me there and also look at, and a stick about 1 meter long got stuck between the horse's knees there. And the horse reared up like this, and my dad is going back like this, and the horse is coming back right onto him like this. And you have that much time to think about what to do. So my dad threw his feet back, planted his feet, and pushed the horse over like this. And the stick came unlodged and everything like this, and Bucky is there, and I was like, go help your dad, go help your dad. I'm there like this, you know. My dad is right there, and I'm there trying, go help him, go help him. And my dad and the horse were walking out of that wood wallow, like they're all 6 legs were just all shaking like this and everything like this. So we walked last mile to the cabin there and all stuff like that, and all resting, and we met some ladies from the Chilcotin up there. They were doing some pre-scouting for their husbands. Pre-scouting for their husbands, eh? And they have these 2 stallions, one Arabian and another thoroughbred. So they had to park them, 100 feet apart, so they don't get, this is my property, eh? So they parked them, that far apart, and then we were resting there for at least 5 hours. And my dad and Bucky, they brought up some canned salmon and 2 loaves of bread. And that was our lunch. And those ladies were just Sylvestering up all our lunch there and all stuff like that. And then they were saying, oh yeah, thanks for bringing us lunch and everything like this. And, they didn't eat their lunch. They ate all our lunch. But we went down, and then we're going down this, the side of the mountain like this. I was going to get off the horse and walk the horse down. My dad was there and all stuff like that. Then my dad said, get on the horse. But, no buts, get on the horse. And there's big rocks in there, mountain rocks, over moss. And we're going down there and all stuff like that. And holy smokes, they would have been carrying me out, eh? But we made it down there and all stuff like that. And then one day I did the string thing, and I marked out where we rode and came down and everything like that. And that was my first horse ride, and I was 40. That was my first horse ride. My first horse ride. I was sore for a week. And, well, that was my first and only horse ride there anyway, so I'm still...
So are you asking for a job, or...?
No. Yeah.
Okay, you passed your interview. Let's go.
Yeah. So just kudos to this horse thing and all stuff like that, and just take it as far as you can. And I guess you guys train everybody more than my dad, eh? So that's my little story, and congratulations on the horse thing and everything like that. And keep it up.
Thank you. Amazing.
Hello. I was just wondering, is there an age limit, or, what age do you have to be to join the horseback riding?
We don't have an age limit set at this point. Just if you're interested, come in, and do you want a job too? I'll hire you. No, we're trying not to have those restrictions. The only thing that we really put in place was that first, preference is given to Chatelaine members first, and then after that, it's come as you are and come and have a chat with us. that was pretty much it. That was the requirement, first and foremost.
Okay, we'll bring her over then.
Well, I guess that's it for the questions, folks. Let's give these guys a big hand for all that they do out there. Cook's job. It's coffee time, so we'll take a break for till just before 3 o'clock, and Cook P. Michelle's going to have a few words to give us some inspiration. Thank you.
Kakwalap, Michelle Edwards, Squachicha, from Shekelwash and Kakaitan, former INAC elected chief. I was there for 12 years. I was on council for 2 years before that, and now I work with the Statliam Chiefs Council as the TMUth coordinator. And it's been a really good experience to see the work that has to go into how decisions are being made at a political level and the things that we're working on these days. And you'll start hearing more about it. We've made some commitments to get out and start doing more nation engagement on some of the bigger issues that are going on in the territory. And, you know, salmon is one of them. But salmon's not always on the Statliam Chiefs Council agenda. And, you know, I think we need to introduce it as it's got to be, you know, a project in all caps, or, you know, a discussion in all caps that we're talking about all the time on behalf of the people. And some of the things that I want to touch on as I go through this discussion, and sorry I didn't do a presentation. You can see that, you know, sometimes they work and sometimes they don't. But some of the things currently that we're working on is with BC Hydro, and they're doing a bunch of work. They're doing a bunch of upgrades. And I feel it's really important that within the Statliam Nation, I'm talking about this with everybody because it was the people that ratified the agreement. And so there's an obligation for us to go back and talk to the people about agreement that they had ratified and now is given direction to not only the Statliam but even to BC Hydro on how the works needs to be carried out. And I always said the ink wasn't even dry, and BC Hydro had come forward and said, you know, we've got a bunch of work that we need to do. And one of them was that they needed to upgrade LaJoy. And LaJoy Dam was built in the early 40s. And it's, you know, it's a license where it's just a license to hold water. And so probably even in like 2013, 2014, I started, you know, just getting really involved in this. Before this, it was my cookbee, Perry Redan, very knowledgeable about the agreement. And at the time, too, we had just purchased a company called Antares, and with the company came an engineer. He was a civil engineer. And I really appreciated the time that I got to spend with him because he informed me about the operations of BC Hydro. And then we had another dam engineer, Paul Clower, and he was the same. And so I was very fortunate to understand. Well, I wouldn't call it fortunate because I now understood the destruction that was going to come with the upgrades and how we were going to have to rebuild a system. And I think the issue that we have with it is, I was out at the river yesterday. I went down to the mouth of the bridge there and, you know, welcomed the early Stewart that were here and wished them, you know, a great journey home, and, you know, prayed that they had water in the creeks and the streams when they got there, and, you know, just even shed a few tears just to see them because you haven't seen them for so long. But I noticed that big pile of gravel that, you know, just kind of showed up, and that was from a drawdown in LaJoy. And it was some works that they had to do to go. They need to repair really the foundation. They need to build it up. They needed to go in and see what the condition of the foundation of this dam was so that they could go rebuild it and then kind of reface LaJoy. And so when they drew down right to almost empty, all that water has to go somewhere. So it went into Carpenter, stored there, then they had to spill it down into the bridge, spill it into Seton, And so you can see just with that drawdown, the amount of gravel, the power of the water to move that much gravel and create that. To me, that's taken up the space of the fish. That's the fish's space. So how do we go and actually talk to hydro now and say, because you're going to do this, we need you to mitigate all that gravel, how it gets out of there right away, because the fish that showed up actually need that space. Who are we to go in there and say we're taking it from you again? And so there has been a really good technical group, probably working since like 2021. And even back then, it's like, oh yeah, we're going to be talking for about 6 weeks and we're going to talk about mitigation for LaJoy. Well, 4 years later, we're still talking about it. And it tells you how complex the discussions get. And we just had a meeting with the technical group, and we really heard the frustration that comes from our technical support. And we could stand there all day and tell hydro, this matters to us, this matters to us. We've got data to actually back up what we're trying to tell you. And hydro doesn't listen. And so we've got to figure out at the leadership table, the political table, we need to make sure they're informed enough to go in and say, look, hydro, this is what our technical people are telling you. This is the information that they're showing you that is backing up what they're saying, and you need to listen to it. You can't just come in and say we're doing it because you signed an agreement and you gave us certainty to operate. And so that's kind of an issue we're dealing with right now, and we're just really diving into it, having the opportunity to sit with the technical people and listen to what they have to say. Because when you look at our, I guess our professionals, and they're academics, they go to school, they learn this stuff, research, different ways to collect information, how to analyze it. But what I notice is they also care. Eventually they understand where we're coming from and see the vision, the principles, the values that makes it all matter to us. And it's hard for us, I think, when you're sitting with government or industry to write down our emotions, how we feel about what's going on out there. They'll sit and they'll listen, maybe shed a few tears with you, but that doesn't get taken into account. They can't analyze our emotions. And it's really hard for, I think, even myself to sit there and constantly try to shake their head to get them to understand that what you're doing is you're actually killing a way of life. And I'll start using the word cultural genocide right in front of them so they understand that this is what's going on. And so we're going to start doing more engagement, and I don't know, it's like, well, is that even going to matter when it comes to hydro? It'll matter to us on what we say. Right, the reason I had asked DFO earlier if they were an intervener in the BCUC, and BCUC is the BC Utilities Commission. They're the one that hydro has to go to ask for money to do these big projects. And so the Statliam Chiefs Council is an intervener in LaJoy, and they gave them conditions on if you go and have to rebuild LaJoy, these are conditions that we want you to meet. And DFO, for years, I know them, I've been working with them for years, Bobo's been working with them for years. I said, how much money have you put into the bridge and the Seton system? All these AROM, these AFS agreements, Fraser River Watershed, BCRP. Like the government's probably put millions and millions of dollars into helping us restore the watersheds here. And how do they feel about doing that, knowing that hydro, their little cousin over here, comes along and just wipes out work? because that's what they do. You could do all this work and they'll come along and drown it. I always say, you know, you're feeding your babies and you're killing our babies, meaning the fish. And so how do we get that information out there? And it has to be honest and truthful and factual. But I don't get why DFO, even when I asked, didn't really want to answer the question. It's like, you need to understand, this matters to us. You guys are out here, you know, doing the work with us, but then you're okay when somebody comes along and just drowns everything. So really asking them to be an intervener. I signed up to be an intervener. My preference is that these dams get taken down. We should give them an end of life. And I'll keep trying, but it's like we're negotiating something and there is no certainty. Like these water licenses, if you go back into the agreement, and honestly feel we need to actually go out and talk about the agreement. You know, on what was negotiated, what wasn't negotiated. Always wondered why the water licenses expired in 2051. Thought, what a random date. 2051, they expire. Some expired 2019. But they expire in 2051 because they were signed in 2011. When we signed the agreement, we ended up giving BC Hydro another 40 years of certainty. Only 40 years. So we have to look at, well, how much more certainty do we want to give to them? Would they do $1 billion upgrade or more? It's probably going to be more, it's hydro. If they knew that they wouldn't get another water license. Like, we don't know that. These are things we have to discuss. Or do we say, as Statliam, we want to give you an end date? We want an end date on these water licenses so we can start decommissioning. Or do we look at, can we actually find a better way to operate that isn't going to kill fish, that every time they do a spill, it kills everything in front of it? And I was out there in the, I'll call them early days, I guess. It was my early days. But in 94, I was working on the Bridge River, maybe 93. And they didn't have the flow coming from the dam yet. That didn't come until 1996, I believe. And it was an out-of-court, not a settlement, but an out-of-court order that Hydro had to release water because of all the spills that they were doing. But when I was out there with Terry Adolph and Gaylord Bob and Emerson Adolph. We were out there working as a team. And the water was groundwater, and it came up about the 36 kilometer or the 38 kilometer. And then it was dry. It was kind of an eerie feeling when you're there thinking, oh, I hope the dam doesn't, breach and wash us away. But the coolest thing when we were there is there was always like 7 or 8 sockeye that made it to this one pool. Then it was just dry. It was just the weirdest thing to look at when we'd stand up on the road and look at these sockeye. But they were always there. They showed up every year, and they would spawn in that one spot. And then it was just like this happy little place to be. And I always said that was the one place we could walk with the bears. We'd be out there getting samples, and the bears would be walking with us. It was the coolest feeling. That they didn't bother you, that, they had their way of life. They could practice it. They were out there teaching their babies how to live in that area. And then I kind of went away from Fisheries, and for whatever reason, this out-of-court order came. And I don't know that there was any studies that went with it to say we're going to release water, but nobody looked at what releasing that water was actually going to do. And I think we need to look at that again, right? Maybe it needs to be taken back. I don't know what the fish numbers are like out there, but I know when I was out there, they were everywhere. There was so much fish that we were catching and counting. always even sometimes we weren't really birthing them, but we would get eggs and we'd have to dig these little reds and, get them pushed into the ground with this big tube, and, we were planting them ourselves, but that was at the Yellicum, wasn't up at the bridge. But those are the things that we have to look at when we look at the bridge and the Seton system, and there's a lot of things that are going on out there that at the Statlium Chiefs Council table, we're going to start getting ready to come out and start meeting with communities and nation gatherings and give you this input. And I'm always, it wasn't only to a few years ago, because DFO comes in, presents kind of a lot of useless information over the years, and I'm only going to say that because that's my experience. Took me probably 20 years to figure out what they were presenting and, make sense of it. And if they would have just said years ago, back in '94, these fish spawning here aren't ones you catch, I would have went, really? Well, where's the fish going that we catch? And it's the Chilco. So all the money that's been put into the system here, the WHOOP programs that have been funded out of the agreement, I think there was $16 million initially. Then the community's putting money in, DFO putting money in, FWCB, BCRP. All this money has been put into these systems. And these aren't salmon that feed our families. Most of them aren't. Most of them aren't salmon that we're catching. It's for the community south of us. And that's why when Randy, when he was talking about, and thanks Becky for handing this out, because this is important information. Right, when you look at the Chilco, Quesnel, Stalaco, and Lake Stewart, those are all runs that are above us. And those are the runs that we're fishing. And they're all traveling at the same time. And so it's hard for anybody to try to manage fish out there. Well, maybe anybody today, because our ancestors knew how to manage them. They knew what to look for. They were down there. People were listening to them when they would tell them, okay, now you can come down, because they made sure enough fish got by for the people up north. And if you read the Bradley Bob case, the elders in there are giving testimony about how fish were managed. And I think everybody in this room needs to read it, because that's our ancestors' knowledge that is actually in legal documents. And that was a court case, I think it was in 1976. There was a lot going on in 1976 for whatever reason. It was a year of protests and legal fights and things like that. But they went fishing, the early Stewart. They knew they were going to get caught. They said that they weren't going to win the case. But they were proving that they had the right to go and fish, that nobody could take that away from them. And they proved that in court. A lot of people from the Statlium showed up. They couldn't even fit in the courtroom. So they asked if they could move it to Julian Hall or T-Bird. So the judge granted them that. And so you'll see pictures of all of our old people, I'm going to call them that, sitting in T-Bird. A very dapper young Grand Chief Saul was in the room, but he was there. I think he was our, I don't know if he was our union president at the time, but he's a great speaker. You're going to have to get him up and talk about some of those times, because he was there. And he was fighting for us. But if you look at the pictures, you see all of our people. Sam Mitchell is even there. I think old Jimmy Higginbottom was there. And they're all standing outside T-Bird Hall talking about how they went and fished, how they looked after a fish, how they managed fish. Talking to a fisheries officer, telling him all of these things. right? I think even somebody was telling me, they remember, Maggie Adolph rolling on the ground, fighting with somebody. There was somebody else, two old ladies fighting, scrapping it out down at the fishing rocks. Right? That's how it was getting back then. They were taking her dinner, and she was fighting back. Right? But this was our families. Even back in the 70s, there was something wrong with the fishery. And it was how they managed them. It was how the rich, entitled people, thought that they had access before we did. And I was doing some research and going to go back to 1902. Now I really feel like Cookby Perry. It's always going back in the day. But they had a salmon hatchery on Seaton. And before they put that in, I've got a few pictures, and it was really shallow. You had this nice long stretch, and then it just meandered all the way down to the Fraser, and they straightened it out. And the reason they put a sockeye hatchery there, they had this biologist start roaming around the countryside about, 1895. And so he went all over the interior, and he was just looking at spawning grounds. Are the fish returning? Because they were seeing out on the ocean, the commercial fishermen were screaming that they weren't getting the fish returns that they were first getting, or the catches that they were first getting when they went and opened up all the canneries out there. So this guy went through, he went over to the Penticton, Kelowna, Dead Man's Creek. He was up in 100 Mile, Quesnel, Horsefly here. And he wrote back to them, and that's where the 70% of the spawning grounds are up here. But he said, we are in trouble. Their fish are not returning. Very little salmon are returning to these spawning channels. I always thought, where did they think the fish went? Like, where did they come from? Did they think they just showed up? That they didn't have a place to go to? That they didn't have a home to go and spawn? Like, what did they even stop and think about that? Even DFO, even the province, did they understand that? Somebody had to go and open their eyes to the fact that fish aren't returning. These numbers are getting really low. So they opened up a hatchery. And even back then, they said the number one priority, their recommendation, was that every spawning creek and stream is protected. That didn't happen because forestry came in and they all had to cry a river about, well, we need to harvest, we're going to create jobs, and we're going to do these things. It's like they didn't care. And I think we've seen that, almost from day one from the arrival, that it was all about resource extraction and using them. And if they would have just stopped and asked us, how have you managed these for thousands of years? We would have told them, but that interest wasn't there at the time. And so that hatchery failed. They went in, they couldn't fish them they didn't know how to catch them, overfished them, didn't know how to get the eggs out properly. And so it only stayed out there for maybe, 10 years before they failed the salmon there. But that was a sockeye run. The Bridge River was a chinook or a spring. But the Seaton and the Cayush and the Gates and the Portage, that was a sockeye run. So my community in Shekelwash, we haven't been able to fish in our creek probably since the late 1800s. Was the last time we fished. We all got really close in, like 2016, maybe 2018. And DFO said, oh, there's like 80,000, 90,000 sockeye coming back. And Jess and Travi started getting ready to go fishing and put their net out there like we knew what we were doing, like we'd been there for thousands of years. And then DFO got back and said, no, the fish aren't returning. So we had to back away from that. But the excitement of being in a place that we haven't been for over 100 years was there. like you could just feel it. And that's sad when you have to talk about not being there. I think, you know, when Denise, because Denise is from the territory where the early Stuarts are going, you can feel for her people. You know, there's an excitement there that they may be able to get out and do something they haven't for a lot of years. And so the BC Hydro, is we're just having to deal with them again. They're coming forward. Actually, no, we had to catch them, I'm sure, about a lot of these projects. And it's going to be really hard for us to try to find that happy medium on how do we plan? Right, the things that they're building, do you say, well, you can't do your drawdown this year because the run of, you know, pink and sockeye is going to be really good? Or do you say, oh, it's going to be so good this year that, yeah, we'll say, go ahead, let them take a hit? Because I feel that's the things that we're being asked. We have to make these decisions on what's going to live and what's not going to live. And those are the hard things that we have to deal with. Right? So when you start talking about let's take them down and get our way of life back, then that's a discussion that we have to start having and plan for it. I don't know if you can just go blow them up. I watched a few videos. Yeah, watched a video. I watched an engineer's presentation on the Klamath dams, and they took down like 13 or 8. And all those, even though they had that many, and it's amazing, I don't know, I'm kind of glad I'm not American, because just the ways they only manage for themselves. Right, and when you have that many dams on a system, and you're only generating 100 and maybe 80 megawatts of power, most of it was used for irrigation. That's what I found really surprising, that they dammed a whole river for only, you know, less than 200 megawatts of power. But the life that's coming back and the work that they had to do, I mean, there's a lot of videos on it, and I would encourage you, if you want to know how they did it, what came back, how the work started, the stories that came with it. I'd watch those videos on the Klamath system, and even the engineer's report on how they went about having to look at which dam to pretty much blow up. I was surprised that's what they did. All you seen was this boom, and the water started coming through. And it was even about, well, what do we do with all the sediment? That's a good question. It's like, okay, what do you do with all the sediment? They just let it go. They just let the water take it and just go with it. They went in and they planted thousands and thousands and thousands blades of grass. And on the muddiest day, I had the video guy walking out there with them, and they were getting stuck in the mud trying to plant all these grasses. And it was just funny, but you know, they shared their experience. And I think we either have to talk with them, we have to create a relationship with them on what they did. Because we even have to know, well, what salmon are spawning there? You know, some of the runs of salmon that we catch that are coming up the Fraser to spawn are coming from, you know, the Puget Sound, Washington, California area. Maybe not California, maybe that's a little bit too far, but some of those salmon are coming here. And some of the pinks, maybe they're doing so good on the pinks, right? Because even that one year, they have a pink fishery. And so we were on a call with the Pacific Salmon Commission, and we were trying to preserve the sockeye that we're running with those pinks. And the people in the state said, no, we're still going to go catch our quota. It didn't matter that we needed to preserve the sockeye run that was coming at the same time. It was a late summer. And so again, it's like, how would this have been dealt with in the past? Right? Is our relationship so far gone with our neighbors that we can't talk about that anymore? That we actually can't have almost an argument about it, that we can't fight for the salmon? That it's so easy for somebody to say, no, our quota is more important than the fish spawning. Right? Those are discussions we have to have amongst ourselves, with those ways of talking that we had in the past. We don't have the visiting like we used to, our trade gatherings. That's when all the fighting would stop and people would come in. And we could have these talks. What's going on in your backyard? And we'd tell them what's going on in our backyard. Right? If we had a good return of sockeye show up, well, we could march on over on a grease trail to the island and say, in 4 years, you're going to have a great run of salmon. On the lesser ones, you tell them the same thing, because that's what our trails were for. All these grease trails. Going back and forth, visiting, talking about what was going on out there. Okay, just a minute. BCUC. It was the TNG I was going to bring up. Okay. I'm trying to stick to things that the Statland Chiefs Council are doing. So, like I was saying, well, for a few years now, we've been fighting with the Chilcotin. And so we had the Bury the Hatchet ceremony out graveyard, and it's been talked about here. The Chiefs, a couple of years ago, well, even more than that, started working on a political accord on how we were going to work together. And it was after the Bury the Hatchet ceremony. And so in 2023, we had gone up there and we met with the Chilcotin Chiefs. And we were talking with them about having a ceremony to sign this accord. It's still not signed. And I think that one, well, the fires, I mean, it's all these, disasters that are happening that sometimes get in the way. But in one of them, in the accord, it talks about, really they're for us to work together. And in one of the areas, and so there's a technical advisory team. And one of them was to assist the leadership in regards to territorial issues. The Statlium and the Chilcotin will establish a technical advisory team, which would be guided by jointly developed terms of reference. And so we're right there, we're on 4.1 of the political accord. And so I touched base, it was actually Jen Morgan. She got a hold of me and invited me to a climate change gathering that they were having in Williams Lake last October. So I went up and made some connections with their technical team. And the Chilcotin are getting a lot of work. They get a lot of face-to-face with the government because of their tidal win. So they meet with them quite often. They're developing a lot of agreements. They're negotiating a lot of work, a lot of opportunities. And so you kind of want to be there with them. You want to know, well, what are you doing? Because you know the government's going to use whatever they're doing as a template to then come and present to us. So you need to be there and look at what they're doing. They have really good capacity. I think we have great capacity because of all the work we've been doing over the years and, out on the land, doing all these works, fixing it up. We have legal, we have professional, we have our people, we have our elders, we have our youth, we have all the knowledge here. So I started planning, and the elders up in the Chilcotin were just starting to have days of sharing where they were getting together with their youth and talking with them, starting to pass on teachings, sharing knowledge. with them. So we called that our connection with the Chilcotin. We just said we're going to plan 2 days of sharing with them, and that's what we did. Made it very simple. Out on the land, talking with each other. We weren't in a room like this for 2 days doing presentations on what we were doing. I set up a tour to take them out to Bridge River on to the fish tour and also the Shishkin. And it was a way of showing them our history of who Statlium are, our history that's on the land, and it was a good experience with them on that first day. Like I said, when we were walking out into the river, and we were just walking out in the trail, and then when it turns, just the look on their face was amazing when they seen the fish camps, because they said, we don't have that. We go down to Farwell, we have, one fishing spot, we go down, we catch our fish, we go home. They don't have that experience. And so it was really interesting to stand there and talk to them about that. Just how they felt that's what they wanted. It's like, well, you can't come down here and experience it. No. Sorry, bud. No. Yeah, but it was really cool to share that day with them. And then when we went out to the Shishkin, and they're just starting to dig in their Shishkins. Right, so I see that there's a lot that we've done that we can share with them, we can help with them, but it was good that they were there to hear the story of the Shishkin and what was in there and how it was moved around, and that over the years, every 25 years they were rebuilding that Shishkin, kind of changing it around, adapting to the family dynamics at the time. And we had this youth group from Leetbot show up. And it was really good, but it was a good reminder that we should always have youth with us when we're gathering. But they showed up, and they sang us a couple songs. They were down, I think they were over here, they were doing something else at the river, and Chief Ida had run into them, and she was just coming to join us, so they came, and they joined us, and they came in. And they sang us a couple songs, and it was just like it was meant to be. And there was I can't remember the young fellow's name, but he just got his Indian name the day before. And it was very fitting to the meeting that we were having. And again, you get really emotional when they come in and they join and they sing. I don't think they knew what it meant to us to have them in our circle at the end of the day, especially on a day like that. Really appreciated that, but it was a good reminder, and that's why I'd mentioned to Cheryl that, we get to take a couple of youth with us when we go and meet the Chilcotin. Even when we went out to Graveyard last year, they were very open about sharing their experience and what it meant to them, and that they understand it. They understand where the relationship, the history comes from, and they want to know more. And it's our responsibility to be able to teach them all that. And so we're going up in September. And I'd specifically requested when their fish are spawning. It's because that's when you see the land come alive and just really want to see what's going on out in their territory when the Chilco, especially the Chilco run, because that's a run of salmon that we fish. So we're going to have to bring an offering and say thank you to those salmon for making that sacrifice. Because at one time when they were speakers and we came along and said, we need you in the water, we need you to provide for us. We're starving. And so they made a sacrifice. They made us promise that we would be their voice. So we have to always remember that we're the voice for the salmon. And so to go up there and keep a relationship going with the Chilcotin is going to be a real learning lesson for us, because we're looking at how are we going to manage the land. We've got the shared area up there. We've got mule deer. We've got salmon that are swimming through here and making a, sharp left and, another sharp left and going up into the Chilcotin. We've got family ties up there. So it'll be interesting to see how that goes, and if we can keep it going. It's not just we did it once and then it stops. Because it's important that we manage the land together. The mule deer work that's going on. And we've had presentations to the Statlium Chiefs Council and on a lot of the fires. And when you look at that slide, it's funny because I was looking at it, me and Chief Art Adolph had gone up to the Nehemiah gathering, I think it was the week before that slide happened. I recall looking at that, going, wow, look at that. Looks heavy. And somebody had said it's because they're growing the wrong things out there and they have to overwater. Not in that area, but just in their agriculture. They're overwatering, they're growing the wrong plants, and so it's weighing down the land. And when we went out there, that was a good trip. It was amazing. If you ever need to get out into the top of the mountains where it's nice and flat, take a trip out to Nehemiah. Their elders out there are amazing. Chief Rogers' mom passed away recently, and he would always brag about she would still be tanning at least 10 to 15 hides every year. She makes gloves and vests and pants and right there, so they're still really working out there. And I think for us it's to go and learn about that, because they've got lessons that may be lost to some of us. And so the Chilco Run, when you look at it, and it's crazy when Randy was giving the presentation. And I was asking the questions about just the momentum of that debris flow that came down and letting it build up for that week. I think I was more worried about that than anything. Like, what is it going to do? What's it going to do to the fish? Right, where everybody was like, well, were you worried about the flooding? Nope, I was worried about the fish. And how would we work together to say, yeah, I don't think it's a good idea to wait a week. Or, hey, maybe we should all go up there and see if we can bring equipment and get that opened up. When they said that, 30% of the females and 70% of the males, how is that going to be for them? You had the run before, the year before, that was stuck at Bridge River. Those were Chilco Run salmon. So are we going to have, 23 and 24? So in, 28 and 29 and 30? We're not really going to have any fish. How do we start planning for those? That's a discussion that we have to keep having with them. We have to know, do they need our help? And say, we have great expertise here. We have the people to go up there and help them. We just have to ask them if they need our help to go and help them get work done up there. Even the early stewards that are there right now, and Swerve's a monitor out there, and I asked if they were getting through the rapids, because they're a tiny salmon. Tiny but tough, but sometimes when the water's not doing what it has done for 1,000 years and it's changing, it might be too low, too high. Are the early stewards getting through there? We have to know that, because if we have to go down and help them, somebody's going to call us out to go and help those salmon get through the rapids so that they can get to where Keith's community is. Like, they're ecstatic up there. they're going to actually see fish this year. And we've got to hope and pray that they do, because the one thing that will stop it would be drought. And fortunately, he said, you know, the stars are lining up for them. And that's Mother Nature stepping in, saying, I'll take care of this then. I'm going to show you how it's done. And I'm glad that she steps in, because that would be the worst thing. You have 700,000 salmon show up and no water for them. A dry creek bed. And they've experienced that 2 years ago, when all those fires were up there. They couldn't even get their boat in the water to get across the creek because it was dry. They needed to go across and fish, but there was no water in there, and that was all the helicopters dipping. It wasn't because it was drought. It was because the water was being used to fight fires. And that was a decision they made, the safety of their community. And, you know, and we had to understand that. But those are hard decisions that really impact us. We have to really think, what is the best decision to be making? So we're going to have a few years of hardship in the next few years. Not that we haven't had any. For a while, we're starting to, get good at it. But what do we do then? And here comes 30 million pink salmon. How do we benefit ourselves? Because I know a lot of people are thinking, well, we're not going to fish them. Some do. I've ate, a lot of smoked pink salmon. There's people out there who will go out, fish them, even as bony and humpy as they are. That's why I was asking, what do they look like down below? Can we call up, Chief Campbell down in Boston Bar? Say, can we go fishing down there? It's 30 million pink salmon coming, and we hear they're in good shape, nice and lean and silver. I think we need to be making that call now, just in case there's something that, we need to work out with them. We've got the boat in Shekelwash. It's got the fish wheel. Maybe we bring that down. We provide. Because at least that's every 2 years. Right? We're not waiting every 4 years. At least these pinks are returning every 2 years, and we can look after them. Because there's a reason there's so many. They're taking over. They're finding ways into the spawning grounds. They're being the little bully. They were never the little bully before. But their numbers are strong. And so they're going into other spawning grounds. They're trying to fit in. That's what they do. That's how they're surviving, making sure that they can get in there, forcing others out. But they end up eating others' fish food too. So there's this imbalance that's going on out there that we have to figure out, how do we get that balance back? How do we make sure that they're all provided for? Right? Where did the whales go? Because they don't have any fish. You have people like to blame the seals. Well, that's their livelihood. Right? And they're like, well, if you kill them all, the fish will come back. It's like, maybe we should just go hunt the seals. Because we did. It's because some of our traditional practices stopped. And this imbalance was created. And we've got to figure out, how do we find those back? Who are those seal hunters out there? Was it for food? Was it for clothing? We need to talk with them. We're going to be having an intertribal fishing treaty. And we had them for years. And the one thing I noticed was that the coastal nations weren't part of the discussion. And I wondered why they weren't. I'm still wondering why. I'll have to wait till everybody's in the same room and ask them. Maybe Chief Saul could tell us why the coastal nations were never part of the intertribal fishing treaty. But they need to be. because they're catching the first run of salmon that come up here. We have to know, because I've asked them, it's like, oh, what run are you catching? They're like, I don't know, just catching fish. And so the old people down there, they remembered the relationship, but the younger generation doesn't understand the relationship and where the salmon are going. And when you look at where, you know, Jervis Inlet, Butte Inlet, if you go on a map, it's just right there. Right? It seems like it's a long way, but if you go on there, you like go up to Braylorn, up and over the mountain, and you're on the coast. And so it would have been really easy for us to take that journey, get on that trail up and over to the coast and have a discussion. There was probably a meeting place halfway where you could share information. But we need them in the room, and they're starting to come to some of our meetings and talk about the fish. One of our first fights with them was the salmon farms. And we were interveners. And we actually got to go in and listen to the hearing. We didn't get to speak. We had to write testimony. Brenda Gartner, which fortunately, I was glad it was her because she understands the history of salmon. And she gave the testimony on our behalf and on the other nations' behalf, and they're all very similar. And the decision came back that they had to remove them, or they couldn't renew the licenses. And now we're still fighting that they can't renew those licenses. And of course, you get companies that have billions and billions of dollars, think they can buy their way into it. And it's up to us to be that voice to tell people how disgusting farm fish are. You have to be very open about salmon and the respect that they deserve. And it's not a farm salmon's fault that they have nothing really to offer. They don't feed anything else but a human being. They don't journey. They don't spawn. They don't create. So how do you take that away from something that we respect so much and put it in a cage and try to raise it for food and feeding it pellets? But people get away with doing that. People with money thinking this is how we're going to feed the rest of the world. Well, we were before they came over and interrupted what we were doing. And so the Statliam Chiefs Council were still a voice when it comes to the farm salmon. That was our connection with the coast. And it was interesting to learn from them, their history of salmon fishing. Chief Don Svavnik, he's related to the Mountain family over in Haklip. And he's been up to Bald Mountain. He's been down to 6 Mile. But they talked about their fishery. So where he's at, I think he's in either Campbell River, somewhere around that area, where his fishing grounds was right across his house. Years ago as a kid, he was fishing a different sockeye run than he is today. And it was the commercial fishery that overfished. And he said, and then we had to go and fish the salmon you guys are catching. And so that was lessons learned right there. Then there was competing going on with the salmon that we were fishing, that other nations were made to come in and start tying into them. So you start seeing that the numbers are going to start dwindling and that there's not going to be enough there for us. And so what are they doing on the creek across from his home to bring those numbers back up? But unless we're talking with them, we don't know these things. Chief Rupert Wilson, he passed away a few years ago, and I loved Chief Rupert. Smoked a lot, but very knowledgeable. And I met him over in Chase. We were at a gathering over there talking about fish. And it was the Adams Lake run. And that's the run of salmon that they fish. That's the biggest catch that they'll get every 4 years. He didn't realize the journey that those sockeye took because he's up in Prince Rupert. And then those fish end up in Adams River. That's a long journey for a salmon. And he was amazed at that, but he never knew it until he actually went there. He knew of the Adams River run, he didn't know where it was. And those are the things that we learn from them. Can we bring that back? We got to hope so. Because I think that's where the strength is going to come from in all these nations. And we always tell them, too, that they have so much more to fish. We have salmon. They have crab. They have lobster. They have gooey duck or whatever, and all these things are called. They've got oysters. They've got all these other things that they can fish. We don't. Right? So our lives were very different, but we were still all connected to salmon. Had one more thing on I can't read my handwriting. Looks like the Ogopogo, just going across my piece of paper. But those are the things, you've got BC Hydro, which is really big. It's a big issue for us, and I think we need to collectively look at what is it that we're going to decide to do with these rivers here, because we weren't given a choice to make a decision. I look at the dam in Checklewash, and I look at the aqueduct, and I look at the canal. All that was built to generate 44 megawatts of power. And just wreck an entire ecosystem for 44 megawatts. And out of all of it, generates maybe 5 to 7 megawatts for BC. Maybe we just need to go find them another 5 to 7 percent. Got to correct myself, of the power generated in BC. I think we need to figure out an alternative, because if we don't, we'll never have salmon. Our kids won't have it in their lives, and that's a hard thing for us to think about, but it's a reality. We have to be honest about it. How do we get it back? How do we get these fish back into the creeks and the rivers? Because if they don't, if we're starving, everything else out there is starving. I said that's probably one of the most respected species out there, to me anyway, is the salmon, because of what they do for us and everything else. So how do we make sure they come back? And I think at the Statlium, we have to figure that out, even down in Leetwat. It'd be good next time if we can hear about what's going on in the rivers down there. Is it just climate change? Is it overfishing? Is it the sport and the wreck? I put my hand up to be on a committee, and I said, and I want to make sure that I'm speaking with the sport and the wreck fishers. They're like, well, that's never a very good conversation. It's like, I don't care. I'm going to have it. They need to understand what this means to us. If they want to be bullies, let them. Right? You can't bring me any lower than, where I have been in my life growing up. Right? But if I can fight for something and stand for something, that's what I'm going to do. They have to understand that we have a way of life, they have a livelihood. There's a big difference there. And they have to understand the salmon, and I don't know that they do. They say we care for them. We have to ask them what that means. And so I'm just going to end with that, but I really want to thank you for listening to what the things are that we're dealing with at a nation level. And it's not very nice. It's not a future that we want to know. It's a future that we can change, though. Kukstem. Thank you.
Well, that was pretty awesome. Thank you, Cook Sham. Does anyone else want to say a few words? Perfect.
Hello, everyone. If you don't know, my name's Badger Jack. I know I take up a lot of space, and I really hope that people can understand that I do what I can to be as respectful as possible. And also, in the face of disrespect and continued disregard and misinformation, I think a lot of us are entitled to a lot of dignified rage, let alone anger. So something that hasn't been mentioned here, and I just wanted to bring it up, is the accessibility of everything. You know, making sure that everybody can hear from the back of the room to everyone online, and making sure the ones in the elders sit up here next to the speakers that need it, people who need the visual aids, and also for myself, it's mostly spiritual. So I really appreciated the songs, and I'd really appreciate if we could make more time and commit to having 4 full songs and closing a space and having a spiritual person available, because sometimes this really stirs me up, and I'm not always like living with somebody, and I don't always ask for help, but if somebody's here, you know, that's just the way I was brought up. And I just wanted to talk about the spirituality of everything, because it is a big part of what we talk about with the salmon. And I can speak for myself and my family that we have faced a lot of ridicule for fishing at certain times. And it is never done out of disrespect. It is never done in a vindictive way. I would never harvest a fish in that way. Just like what you mentioned in that court case, you go fishing knowing when you're gonna get thrown in. I've gone fishing all these years, and I have never been confronted by anyone. I've never had anyone try to take fish from my family, but I have had to assert myself many times over. And this big spiritual part that they're always gonna be missing, because it'll never translate in that black and white. Even during those closures, I don't know, I really feel pulled to remind people to go to the river nonetheless. The fish really need our prayers, and it's not just the fish. Like we all said, it's about all of us that are connected to the salmon. You know, if we could all just do our part sometimes and respect our fishermen, you know. I ask us to be as humble as possible doing this work, because there are people who are doing their best to respectfully harvest for their families, and they deserve to safely go home. So just please look out for each other, look out and check yourself with your energy as well. You know, I've learned a lot speaking up over the years. There's some people that have people in this room that have earned my respect again. And there's people who've always had it. You know, in our way of life, I just want to say that that's a really big part, and I'm not going to say names, but I really respect some of you for showing up, and also the ones who've been holding the space for people like myself. So many of the things that I've learned from so many of you, and I've taught so many. So I just want to thank you all from the bottom of my heart. Cook Sham.
Denise Antoine and Squatchy-Cha. Kaswala, I really wanted to mention, like what Badger was saying, is like with the spirituality and the culture. So with the culture, you know, it is part of our way of life to talk to the fish, catch a fish, and release it. So, like, as of now, the people in the Northern Stallium, the only people that can do it are that the ones that don't take the money from DFO, which is Catholic. And I notice there is a lot of missing pieces to people because they're missing that part, their way of life. Cooksha?
It's been an interesting day for me. You know, as an elder in the community, and I listened to many of the things that were brought up today. I think that you know, you're heading in a good direction because you're searching, you're looking for improvements, looking for something that other folks have tried to take away from us. And it's there. It is recognized in the Constitution of this country, whether they want to believe it or not, that we have title and rights to our territory. And it means fish as well. And, you know, I've heard the efforts being made to try and increase the return of salmon. When you read our history, since contact, we've always had trouble. Our people starved almost to extinction. Because when you look at the declaration of the Lillooet tribe signed May 10th, 1911, it says there that there was only 1,400 people left in the tribe. And there were deliberate efforts to wipe us out. But now, I think we need to realize and take advantage of the fact that our numbers are growing. We need to double down and work harder to safeguard our way of doing things, our governance system. And safeguard the land, the resources, both renewable and non-renewable. We heard the Prime Minister of this country say that he's prepared to talk to our people about a way of sharing. Are we prepared to talk? I never heard a word that said today that, you know, we are going to talk to the other governments in this country. They continue to play their tricks on us. There are special words and tactics that they use to trick us. We can't let that happen. And but it's encouraging for me to see that the folks up at the headwaters are making projects that will increase their return of salmon, and all along the rivers. Distinct peoples doing their thing. I think that's what we need to see and take advantage of speaking to one another, talking to one another. You know, I was just mentioning here that to the chief here that, you know, I heard now that Okanagan people are got a bunch of fish over there. Maybe I'll go fishing over there. You know? We need to, don't forget to talk to them as well. They worked hard to regain the return of their salmon. They were part of that intertribal treaty on fishing. The question I heard here was why weren't the coastal people involved? We were expanding the intertribal fishery agreement up and down the river, and our next move was, and I had moved the activity down to New Westminster and started talking with folks on the coast. But Department of Fisheries didn't like that. The government of Canada didn't like that. You know, when they decided to arbitrarily cut off our funding in 2010, that very year, there was a significant return of salmon into the rivers. 2010, if I believe that, if my memory is not failing just yet. So I think we need to take advantage of our relationship that seems to be growing and start to address the issue of, for example, the fish farms on the coast that impact upon our salmon as they go from the spawning grounds out to sea, that they have to go through those fish pens that are full of worms that impact on them. I understand that 4 years ago, some of those pens were taken out, and now this year, an increase is quite noticeable on returns of that brood year. I think that indicates that there's something to taking those fish net farms out of the sea. There's a basis we can build on there to remove more of them. Put them on land if necessary. But Also, I hear that, and here I'm talking politically, is that Trump in the United States has his eyeball on the Kootenai, on the Columbia River system, the water there, and all the dams. It's up for negotiations. Have we contacted our friends over there in the Kootenays to see how maybe we can be of assistance? The more of us that get together, as seems to be the signal here, the stronger we get. At one time, you had the Allied Tribes formation in British Columbia. We had the Central Interior Tribal Councils, five-nation confederacy kind of thing. That was working well. I thought it was going to be sort of the grassroots of indigenous government, but that didn't work too well, because then we decided to decentralize ourselves back down to small communities into the little enclaves that we call reserves that the government of Canada fixed up for us. Not only the government of Canada, but those reserves were really set up by the province of British Columbia in their rush for land and the spoils on that land. So I think we need to talk to our neighbors and you know, we don't have a white paper policy that we can point to say that this is what's going to pull us back together again as a federation of Indian nations or peoples. But, you know, that's what the Union of BC Indian Chiefs was formed, was to fight the white paper in 1969. So let's look around and see how we can get together with not only Slatling, but then Tlakavmach, Shawapmach, Tsilkoten, Okanogans, so on, Treaty 8 people. In the province of British Columbia, we have an opportunity to take advantage of the fact that our title and rights were recognized constitutionally, the law of Canada, and the avenue, the door is open there. We have an opportunity to negotiate something, and maybe it's the right time because political unrest exists right now, and sometimes the best time to move is when there is political unrest. So, hey, I think that's too much politics for the day.
Cook's Jam. Would anybody else like to speak?
Gasperjack, Hoistenmuch. I'd just like to bring 2 points to your attention is that I'm lifting up 2 people, Dr. Stephen Greer, who did a documentary on what's called The Lost Century. And I'd like to bring up another person, Dane Wigington. He hosts a weather channel called geoengineeringwatch.org. These 2 people are expose all the things that are wrong with our governments, wrong with our people that are manipulating weather, pulling wool over everybody's eyes. I mean, right now is that if we took the power from this building, we could go to the breaker and hook it up with some aluminum and not have any dependence on any outside power, because we could use the wiring within the building to power itself. A lot of people don't understand that. I mean, every household could do the same. I mean, you take the power away from it and go to the cells and hook it up and regulate your own power usage. But then again, it's already set for 110 watts. But a lot of people don't know that.
Hi, my name is Michelle Tom. I'm from Quayston. What I wanted to share is 1982, I had my brain surgery, and then I didn't learn anything after that. Like, I knew how to fish and clean it and that. But that's when the teaching stopped, is after I had my surgery, and then I was just shoved by the wayside. And I didn't learn anything again till I moved back to Bridge River about 5 years ago. And what it feels like is like it's baby steps. And whenever I learn something, it's like I want to jump for joy, because or flop around on the floor. But this event really opened my eyes to all the things that are going on with DFO and the White and the other reserve, and I still have more to learn. I still have a lot, or some things that are sticking to me, and I really want to learn these. I don't know if it'll be again or learning them for the first time. Thank you.
Cook's Jam. So, if maybe August. So, with that, thank you everybody for attending. We all learned a lot from each other, and Everett's gonna sing a couple more songs for us. and lift our heavy spirits up. Cook's Jam. Thank you, everybody.
How it was done, and the tables that he was wiping down was literally just like, it looked like he just went like that and like whacked the like cloth on